What's up, everybody? It's been a million years. How's it going? It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics auxiliary hazard zero storage facility somewhere in the world. How's everybody doing? Once again, back again, at long last, to test the limits of my frail memory. To see, I vaguely recall where I'm at. What's up, Josh? Oh, welcome in. What's up, Flash? What's up, Sky? What's up, Brenda? Again, how's it going? Nice to see you back. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. I was very nervous, and did not have time to adequately get everything set up and switched on and tested beforehand. So last stream was kind of like, oh boy, everything's broke. All the audio's messed up again. I should have seen this coming. I haven't touched any of this stuff in a while. I did get some stuff. I wasn't here for a little bit. I bought a Saturn twin stick controller. I'm not going to explain why. Because it's long and convoluted, and the more I talk about it, the less sense it makes to me. But I did get that and hook it up and play with it for a little bit, and was just immediately like, well, this will look real nice on the shelf. I don't know if I could stream with it, because all you're going to hear is the springs clickety-clacking in that thing. It will be obnoxious as hell, but I will play with it at some point. Some virtual on. A little bit of bulk slash, because the fan translation, which is really good, they put a lot of work into that, redubbed the whole thing. It's a fun game. The twin stick controls were added into it, but it's not great. So once again, it's a controller that's like, how often am I going to use this? How much did I pay for this? I didn't pay that much for it. I actually got a really good deal on it. And it's in the box too. The box is in really nice condition. So if nothing else, I could probably sell it down the line at some point. I also finally got a switch for all my my connections going into my scaler here. It's still not quite enough for everything. I saw a new one coming out that's going to have more. The problem is that the cable I need to connect the switch to the scaler is, I couldn't get a longer one. And so it's kind of haphazardly crammed in there. I'm like, I can't move it very far. But it does save me a lot of trouble of having to constantly like dig through 6 SCART cables and flip stuff around. When I started streaming, I only spent 30 minutes mute. Oh, I love that. I was streaming like Call of Cthulhu for like an hour or two, and there was no game audio because I had changed something and forgotten about it. And nobody really noticed or said anything till Sky came in. He was like, where's the game audio? I'm like, oh, there's no audio. For like 2 hours. 3 hour here until Jum arrived and asked me about the sound. Secret Mind. Oh yeah, I remember that. It's funny how many people will watch and just like not say anything or not really notice, which in my mind, right, I take it as a testament to how entertaining you are as a streamer. If you can play a game with like no audio or no visuals and people are just happy to sit there and listen to you until someone points it out, and then they're like, oh yeah, I guess I should have said something, but we were just having a conversation, so it was fine. They want to see you fail. Well, there's that too. I wouldn't doubt that there's some of that. Most of the time people are watching. If they're actively chatting, they're rooting for me or rooting for you to fail in a hilarious manner, which I can totally live with. Stream once for half an hour before everyone else forgot to hit the go live on YouTube Studio as well as an OBS. Oh no. Oh. See, I haven't really had to deal with that. Not since like when the first time I streamed, which was before like long ago. I was just streaming Friday the 13th, which none of those are archived. And since then, like OBS has like the YouTube integration, so I just have to hit the button in OBS. I'm also not multi-streaming, which makes that simpler. But I could see that. I have had times where I had the mic unmuted and I didn't think it was unmuted. I'm like mumbling to myself. Just here waiting to clip the slurs. Oh God, no. Stream hits the go live for me when I forgot to pick the stream. I've done that. I had most of the time, if I've had real problems, it's because like RoboCop. Back when I first started streaming, I was playing RoboCop, and it was like my internet connection was just dying every day, and I kept having to like, or finally like stop the stream and start a completely new stream, and like everything got all crazy with that. Oh boy. Yeah, so I got all this stuff hooked up, and it's all real rickety. I gotta go through and redo a lot of this stuff. Just the thought of unhooking this stuff and moving it is just gives me some I've run out of space too. I just do not have room. I got my twin Famicom and my Sega Genesis both, and neither of them are hooked up. I haven't streamed anything off the Genesis yet, but I'm going to soon. And I'll have to put those like in the desk because I just don't have room. Fortunately, like I got my front loader NES, and the N64 sits on top of it very nicely. And I wish, looking at it now, like I wish this N64 was flatter so I could put something on top of that and continue growing the pile. I just have too much stuff, too many consoles, and not enough space here in the facility. We should just like take one of these walls out or something, but the night cleaners will come for me. And I do not want that. I picked up some cool stuff recently, and you can see some of it down there. I moved around the let me get my pointer, everybody's favorite. I moved some stuff around here. So I got my Super Nintendo and Super Famicom games. I've played more Japanese only Super Famicom releases than I have American Super Nintendo releases, which is crazy to me. But I have complete in-box now, Star Ocean, Tales of Fantasia, and another game that I will play on Halloween that is not down there yet. I'm trying to find a good copy of Clock Tower in the box, but they all got expensive. Didn't miss that. When you don't like the hand. Let me just rub this right on Mr. Fernmo there. Probably gotta see what's up with this two sky. Take a little lick of the nail there. There's probably some slurry in there. Uncle thing. Did anybody watch Art Modern Game Box Just Awful? You know what? Like, I think Switch is the only system that I'm still getting like physical releases for. And even that's like few and far between because they're like everything's moving that way. But like they're so boring. Like the cases are just not super duper interesting. Some of the Switch cases are neat, and sometimes they have a reversible cover, and I think that's kind of cool. But man, like the Super Nintendo boxes and old PC game boxes, that's where it's at for me. Like you pull that thing out, it's got like a manual with like a lot of cool artwork and illustrations in it. Like both those RPGs have like a character section with really cool character sketches in it. A lot of times they had maps. Steel case collectibles, the only thing worth getting physical anymore. Yeah, I haven't bought a lot of the collector's editions of games that I've seen that I thought were interesting because they take up so much space. They're so huge. Talked about this as cleaning and showed my collection, started complaining. Oh, I don't know if I saw the collection. That might have been a while, but yeah, it's nothing as cool. I remember when I found my copy of Skyrim, which was like the last physical PC game release I bought. And it had like a map in it. But I miss when like games had like fold out maps and posters and stuff in them. You don't get any of that anymore. Even the physical releases, you're lucky if you get like anything inside that at all. That's not like a code for the game they didn't include on the cart. Get this thing to stop looping the opening music for me. Oh God, I'm faced with a bunch of saves. I don't know which one is which. Oh, it didn't mean a little while. I thought it'd be longer. Oh no, yeah, I just I had it scheduled for 4 because I only planned for streaming for like, a half hour or so because I really want to talk about things for like a super long amount of time because the longer I talk about it, the more likely I am to just like melt down. Oh, that's some good slurry. I haven't slurred in a while. I posted about this in the Discord. I feel so bad about this. We all do. There was so much food left over from the service. And they sent us home with like all of this food. And by the time we got back, it was like 10 o'clock at night. And my stepdad and I are staring at this food. And our fridge is completely filled with food. Because prior to that, people have been sending us food. Which we have a lot more food than we could possibly eat. And we just have no room at all to refrigerate anything, to freeze anything. And we're talking about it. It's like, if we freeze any of this, we're just going to forget it's there. We're not going to go back we're not going to want to be eating fried chicken for the next month. There is this box of 50 pieces of fried chicken. Need it going to be eaten good. I wish, this is the thing, if it was like canned goods, you don't need the food fax machine for a while. Sometimes you like some variety. You want a little bit something different. If it wasn't for, like, I wish that had come up when they were handing all this stuff over. I wasn't there because I was driving my father back, making the hour and a half drive back to take him home after the funeral. So my stepdad was collecting all the food. And I didn't expect him to like make a snap decision there. I wish they would have found somewhere to donate it to, because by the time we got everything back to the house and got everything settled, it was like 10 o'clock at night. There's nowhere for us to send it to. It's all perishable stuff that needs to be refrigerated like ASAP. We ended up having to, I hate to say this, we ended up having to throw a lot of food away because there was just nowhere we could take it to. There was no one we could give it to. What a waste. But, no, we kept everything we could, but man, that's like the Midwest, like, funeral time. I don't know if it's like this elsewhere. I was talking to my buddy about it this morning. I don't know what it's like elsewhere, but around here, like, there's a funeral, like, everyone's just throwing food at you. And at first it's nice, and then there's like, it just piles up. You're like, there's too much food. There's too much. I can't eat this. One thing we did keep, which I kind of regret, is we have like all these pans of cake, and it's like, we have to eat this, but none of us are big, like, none of us have a huge sweet tooth. We're not eating a bunch of desserts all the time, but we're like, every meal, it's like, gotta grab a slice of that carrot cake. We gotta we gotta move that carrot cake. We gotta move it. What's up, Justin? How's it going? Sorry, I missed the previous stream. No one to derail. I generally hope you and the family are doing as well as possible. I appreciate that, Justin. I appreciate that a lot. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. You know, it's all things considered. So, not derailing at all. No worries there. Yeah, that was something. All right, so I think so. After I last streamed this, I went back and found where the shield was and where I needed to go. And I was like, great. I'll make a note of this mentally, which I shouldn't have done because my mental is not there. I'll remember where it is next time. I vaguely recall now what I'm supposed to do, but not greatly. So I don't think we'll be wandering on for long. I think I remembered what my primary issue was. Well, let me flip this bad mamma jamma on here. Woo! I haven't touched Blender in a little while either. That's another thing I'm looking to get back to. Gonna try and make some kind of Halloween costumes. I think it'll be a little easier this year because after playing around with Vroid Studio for Anadona's Ultimate Vroid VRM Championship, which was I'm glad that I still joined that. It was a lot of fun. It was very crazy. You got to go to Anadona's channel and watch that from last month. It was last month for a birthday stream. It was so much fun. And I made some Vroids for that. And when I was going through that, I'm like, I could just make something with the clothes in this and then drag it over to my model with some adjustments. And I think I may do that, and I may speed some stuff up. So it won't be quite handmade, but that'll save me from the agony of like staring at Blender and like, I can't make this vampire suit look good. It's crime stream, wander your heart's content. I think we're gonna have to grind because I think that the last couple battles in this get pretty rough. But next stream would be perfect for a chill stream. Yeah, I may do some streams earlier in the day doing Blender stuff. I'm kind of hesitant because I can't always stream that early, and so I don't want to like set a precedent, and I also don't want to exclude people who can't make it earlier in the day. So I haven't done it yet because I'm kind of worried about like splitting the audience or like attracting a new audience that can't make it towards my normal stream time. You know what I mean? Is that weird? But Sometimes it would be nice to have some company while I'm struggling to draw a box properly. T-posing to assert dominance. Yeah, I gotta get that software set up again where I can pose my model. I learned a lot working on that. A lot of stuff that I hadn't considered that I've been taking notes for that. I have not been able to accomplish much of anything this year due to circumstances, and I'm at this point, like 2025, in terms of like extra stuff, is just kind of a wash. That I just have to like get done what I can get done and like move all of those goals to next year, because things got so out of control and crazy that like, oh yeah, I was gonna work on RPG Maker. Never had a chance to touch that. I was gonna start working on a new model. I kind of started, didn't get very far with it. And now I'm just gonna like scrap that and start over again. So that's kind of why I should learn my lesson now after all these years. Like anytime I put out like goals for stuff, it's like inviting disaster. Like I really want to do that this year. Like, if I said I really wanted to make a road trip, like I want to drive across country, my car would explode. That's how these things work. So, well, let's head over to the game so I can try to figure out where the devil I am. Here's the first challenge. Which one is the real save? Which one is correct? Because I've got 5 saves here, and I don't know which one it is. Rat Joe. I made the chat rat to represent chat for the Tournament of Champions there, and that thing was just beating everyone down, which I did not intend, but it was very funny to me. And to focus one thing at a time. Yeah, I that's the other thing, man. I get that with previous stream. That's a good idea. I do need to do that because that will give me what I need. Let me cycle back to the earlier stream and see if I can find the exact moment where I saved. I know I spent time looking at the stream after I finished it last time to try and figure out like, all right, where did I go wrong here? Okay, let me see if I get to the save. I'm back to town. Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. Nope, that's Bomberman. That's too far. That's too far. I don't know if I'm gonna have a Bomberman today because it's all Dr. Mario's in there right now, and I may have to break down and purchase the Nintendo or whatever. There's a couple of versions of like connector replacements for the NES that I've seen lately, and I haven't been done it, but when I was fooling around with some NES games I picked up over the break, I started having problems with the connector, so I'm worried I'm going to have to replace that now. Let's see here. Save number 2 looks like that's it. Okay. That's where we're at. Where's my notes? I don't remember where I had the volume at. No, there it is. There we go. This is what I had it at before. Yeah, sorry. That was. No, I was so. What was that so high for? They had to have been. God, whatever I was playing last. The volume is the same as my ex-wife. Way too much. Well, I've cranked it back down. Yeah, it was at -1. That's -12 is where it should have been. That's why happens when things are left for a long time. All right, so we are at level 57. Isn't 60 the max level on this? I gotta do some grinding here. Boy, that's not what I want. That's the wrong place. She can fill the room. Oh no. Oh no, Bradmo. Old man Evan used to love exploring the halls of the shrine, but ever since the goons came, it's been too dangerous and has been in deep depression. I forgot about the gooners. We got gooner issues here. Let's see here. Don't mind me. Very good. Grinding in my grinding stream did not come from nonsense. It's all grind all the time. Oh man, the music is so good. Oh, I will miss this music. I reflexively just said for Henmo, Sky, no! Okay, so I want to say it's just right through here. There's a shield that I haven't found yet, and then there's like location, and I think this was my issue. Let's see here. There we go. Need to figure out where I'm at. I'm pretty sure it was this Solomon mid. Shocked they let that through. Even my chat has been holding messages review, and I don't have auto mod turned on. To turn back on for some reason. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Like, this is one of those platforms, like a lot of online platforms, where they'll just randomly turn features on and off. I saw people talking about restricted mode. And I had like a mini heart attack, not for my sake, but when Sky posted about turning restricted on and said that like it got rid of all of my videos, and I was like, did it delete your videos? And I went back and looked like, oh no, it just blocked them. You can just turn it off. Because in my mind it was like, here's a function that it's like, do you want to try this? Sure. And then it just like erases your videos from existence forever. Like, oh, but I think that's not the case. But they'll just randomly turn stuff on, which is not great. So remember, I think I was looking for a section where there were two guys guarding a door, right? And I think it's in this area. And I think this is the only area that I hadn't like gone in. These guys at least are given like decent XP here. Might have been a different door I needed to go out. It's just another parental control. Yeah, I mean, so there's a lot going on, and so I understand like they're trying to figure some way out to turn that on without having to adhere to a bunch of weirdos regulations on stuff. I'm concerned about that because it feels like we're going to reach a point where like you're just not going to have a choice. What do we need for the next 80,000? Oh, we're close. We're close to grinding up that level there. Let's see if I can make my way back through that door. Look for other exits. If there was another exit. Where I was. Going in circles here. Just another 75 dudes. Quick math. That is where you reach with these games, is like 100 guys. It's what it's gonna take. I remember I was playing Dragon Quest, the first Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior, and I wanted to get max level, and it was like calculating out like how many enemies I would need to fight. And a little counter. It was getting pretty up there. I'm gonna have to go watch. I have to go find that video again that I watched. Somebody else go through all this stuff. Stuff just ain't ringing a bell. I don't want to play a Dragon Quest 7 remake. I saw it and it was just like, I should play Dragon Quest 7 original. I'm not huge on the remakes. I think they have their place and they have a value to a lot of people. And I think a lot of them are very neat. Like, I think some of like the Star Ocean remakes like do a good job of expanding the story out, but I like the old art style and the old presentation style of stuff, but I get that that's not everyone's cup of tea. But like, I'll just go play the original for most of these things. I didn't think it looked awful, but I didn't think it looked as good as like the most recent Dragon Quest. Very amazing game. It's very verbose. Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of like the older RPGs. That's something that's kind of gone by the wayside. But some of that too, like, depending on the translation, sometimes this stuff goes through. Like, I was looking at Tales of Destiny, the second Tales of game, and the first one I believe we got in the US. And I found out that they cut like tons of content from that game just because for whatever reason they could not or would not translate all of it. Doesn't look like a Curatorium at all. No, and that is an issue there. What's up, Utter Chaos? How you doing? Welcome in. It's good to see you again. Still lost in the sauce here. Oh, that door just comes out the same place, doesn't it? Will any of these doors lead me to a different place? Is the question. I mean, at this point, I'm just grinding up a level while I try and figure out like where the devil I'm going. Actually, the Kiritana Dragon Quest art book. I love I don't know if it's the same one, but it's like it's just full of like the character designs from Dragon Quest. Very nice, very inspirational. I really love looking through that. Especially I love all the designs for the original games, the NES games, because it's so cool to see those, like how well they translated that, I feel, to sprite form. One thing I think here I didn't want his art to outlive him, but I'm pretty sure he gave his blessing. I think it's like people trying to replicate the art style with a new technique that maybe doesn't translate as well. But I can also think that this may be slightly conspiratorial here. It may be a matter of wanting to float a newer art style so that they have some path to continue now that Toriyama is gone. Jeez. So we're beating me up. I don't know that that's true. I don't have any basis, and that's just something conjured out of my own mind. So don't quote me on that. I don't have that to. I don't have any reliable sources for that. Oh boy. I can't wait till my sinuses and everything recover. I got like nailed with pretty nasty cold. Is that really all this was here? It can't be. It cannot be. Is there different? There's two statues there. Maybe I took the wrong statue. But I'm using the modern commercial anime style. Yeah. Pretty sure I haven't been here yet. Possibly. Let's see here. Yeah, because I got the pendant, and that lets me use the other statue. Gotta be a different route here somewhere. Oh, I think I did go the wrong way here. Oh, there we go. Level 58, baby. Better save. Here's the point where animation was cycled back to being bad. You know, they had like a lot of advancements with it and a lot of things that provided savings, and then like the costs were going up, and so now we're back to like, I think a lot of the game industry, they've lost a lot of talent. And there's been a lot of measures to try and cut costs on things. But I think there's also like, there's some new blood coming in. They're trying to like float new talent for stuff. that maybe doesn't always pan out. Oh, is this the shield? It's the shield I've been looking for forever. It was right there. Engineer's Quest with big pop eyes, round lines, sword art online here. Ugh. Oh, I'm getting fired this week. Kidding is a business, not an art form anymore. You know what? It always was an art form. It's just that, I mean, it always was a business more than an art form. It's just that the stuff where, well, the stuff we can look back on and see that like things had more soul. There were different people in charge with different goals. But a lot of times it's just coincidentally like the things that would be considered art coincided with what was good business, right? And I think it's changed. But also look at a lot of the game studios, developers, and publishers who pushed really interesting things, and how many of them are not around anymore, because a lot of the things they pushed were very expensive games. I look at anime like this too. Akira is one of like the most well done animated features. It was really ahead of its time in terms of the music they produced for it, in terms of the animation style, in terms of the amount of detail and work they put into that. It was also extremely expensive. And as far as I know, the reports have been spotty over the years what the actual budget was versus what it made. It lost a lot of money because it was extremely expensive. And there's a lot of games like that too, where they really got in over their head with these companies and really couldn't back it up. And they were always like on the verge of failure until finally they had one too many games that didn't sell well enough. And I think we've just reached a point where for bigger, more well-known companies and properties, time has eroded them down to only the ones who focused more on the business side of things survived, right? So when you look at the big titles, you see the business-minded companies and what they produced, and they've been able to survive, but what they produced isn't maybe the most interesting. I mean, in animes, like, again, like a lot of their revenue streams dried up. If you're animating stuff for TV and it's largely formed by like advertising revenue and deals and things like that, and that starts drying up, it means the money's just not there anymore, right? And there was like merchandise and sales like that, but it's also like there's a lot more of it now. There's a lot of it now, which means you're fighting over an ever smaller slice of the pie. And so costs keep like having to be cut more and more, which means more and more quality loss. And then you have a lot of the old guard who committed to these things, the people that would live in the building to produce like the latest Mega Man game, right? They're not around anymore. And that's not how they do the business anymore. And a lot of stuff's contracted out and, you know, cut out as much as possible. There's just the financial incentive isn't there for a lot of stuff. I look at a lot of the game companies that produce some of my favorite games of the past who are doing really interesting things with games, and they're all gone. So now like it's the indie sphere where all the really interesting stuff comes from, right? But there's a clear difference between like the big AAA and smaller indie games in terms of like the length of the game and how much voice acting there's and things like that, which I'm fine with. But again, there's a lot more of them now, so they're fighting over smaller slice of that pie. But eventually, like the people that focus on the business are going to back out, because if they're running it like most businesses with this goal of infinite growth, they're going to realize that there just isn't enough money in it. If you invest $20 million in a game, that may not be a smart investment. And so they got to scale back, and then that's going to have sweeping an impact on stuff. I'm still annoyed people watch Disney live action remake. But just why? Why would you do it? Well, they can't be that good. The whole point was the magic of the animation. Why would I want to see live action Lion King? Why? That's just lions. Capitalism. Yeah. Art isn't good. Why are people buying the art? That's a good question. And that's something that like keeps me up at night when I look at stuff and I'm like, I hate this thing that's really popular, or I hate this thing that is successful. Is it just me? Am I wrong, or are the kids wrong? No, the kids must be wrong, right? It's like this stuff is selling gangbusters. But also you have a lot of businesses that don't even care about selling stuff, which is weird. I don't know. Art is so important. Why do people keep walking over it? There's a lot of people who do not have appreciation for art, who have a very narrow view of what constitutes art. I mean, even within just like, look at paintings. Paintings aren't art, right? And there's a lot of people who completely dismiss like modern art. Like, no, it's the old masters or no one. Like, they made art. Nobody makes that art anymore. It's just like a bunch of splotches of paint on there. You know, it is endless debates over like, what is art really? Is this art? That's not art. The video games have been in that realm for a long time. Even amongst filmmakers, there's still like video games aren't art. Film is art. Like, video games practically are film in a lot of aspects. So like, look at Phantasmagoria, right? They built a studio for that, right? They practically filmed a movie for that game. That game is art, right? But a lot of art critics are going to be like, it's trash. Like art in the toilet bowl. Oh no. Oh no. All right, I've got the shield. We're going grind. What am I getting from you gentlemen there? Was that like 9? What do I need now? Only 5,000. Only 5,000. I've got something I can equip to that. Of the Holy Spirit. There we go. Let's try to remember like what lets me regenerate here. Argument people make against video games as art is that it may contain art within the game, can itself be art. That is asinine. There's arguments like that are like, who are you, man? Who are you to tell me what is art? How do you define art? You know, is this an embodiment of human endeavor? Does it involve like human creativity? Does it evoke a feeling in people? Even if you don't feel it, does it evoke feelings in people? Video games evoke feelings in people. Video games are an embodiment of human creative endeavor. Even if there's business interest, and even if you even try and turn it around to say, well, they can't be because there's business interests. Do you not realize how many of the old masters' paintings were commissioned, were paid for? They were doing it for money. That doesn't mean there wasn't passion involved. It doesn't mean they're not art. It doesn't cheapen things to do it for money. I'm gonna pull up an example of this. I'm gonna find this. comic book example, because that's another avenue that was like, this isn't art, and some people kind of came around on that. So there was a long defunct comic book company, Now Comics, and Now Comics did a lot of licensed stuff, right? So let me pull up some images here. But they have a cover that was rather infamous. I have most of the run of this comic, and it is very cool. There's a specific cover that I want to find though. So now Comics was a comic book publisher before independent publishing was really big. This is before Image Comics, before Dark Horse. Before Dark Horse had all of the licensed stuff, Terminator, Alien, stuff like that. They had a Fright Night comic, they had a Ghostbusters comic, they had a Terminator comic that was real interesting, right? But they were going through financial trouble and ran into a lot of issues where they were not paying their artists. And one of the last comics that came out was this Terminator comic where the artist slipped in "Now Comics Sucks" into the Terminator's glasses, and I cannot find this, but like that is artwork to me. I'll have to find another time. It just came to mind. I'll have to dig it up. They brought back memories. Oh, so many comics of theirs in my youth. Yeah, I love Now Comics. I love the Fright Night comic they did, was really interesting. They did a lot of really interesting stuff. And I always remember that because like it's, like the Terminator has like sunglasses on, and then there's like text printed on the inside of the screen like it's coming out of his eyeball. So the text is backwards, but it says "Now Comics Sucks" because Now wasn't paying their artists at the time because they were getting ready to go belly up. And then all those licenses moved over to Dark Horse. Dark Horse picked up a lot of that stuff. They produced a lot of really interesting stuff. Some of my favorite. I love Terminator comics. They do, a lot of them do a much more interesting job of expanding on the Terminator universe than a lot of the sequels did. That was back when I was still picking up my comic books from the drugstore. I think it was Hook's drugstore, which I think became Walgreens at some point, or just went belly up. But they have a rack there, so I would have these random gaps in comics because I wasn't going there like on a monthly basis to get the new Incredible Hulk. It was just whatever happened to be there. I haven't read American comics in a long time. I'm just not any like stance on how good or bad they are. I just lost interest. Now as people hear comics and their brains go Marvel and DC. Yeah, I mean they're still like the biggest. Like Image made a lot of big inroads. But Image kind of became, I don't think this is a bad thing, but it had kind of a derogatory view from a lot of fans or comic retailers as vanity press, where anyone could get a book published with Image if they had the right money. I wonder where the comic industry is going now, because I think I saw that Diamond Distribution, which was like the biggest comic distributor, if not the only one, filed bankruptcy and all people just weren't getting paid. Comics is tough because like comic sales have been down, and you'd think There was a short period of time where sales were up a bit because of comic book movies, superhero movies getting very big. I don't think it held out though. I think like a lot of things that were popular in my youth, like younger generations are just not as interested in. So the sales numbers just aren't there. And plus comics have gotten like extremely expensive. Prince is pretty expensive to keep up with. Image Comics, Radiant Black is very good. Yeah, the Image does like a lot of really interesting stuff because it's open to a lot, like a wider variety of stories. I was a big fan of like a lot of smaller press, and it's interesting to see where a lot of those people went, or where a lot of the stories went. Fan of hydraulic press. That's why Mega Man got delayed. Had to get a new publisher. Yeah. I used to work at a comic book store, and the owner passed away a number of years ago, but I know his wife and the employees, like, they kept it operating. They've done fairly well with it. The guy who kind of took things over has really good mind for business matters in that regard, and is a big comic book fan himself, so like he's got a really good connection to it. Good guy. I'm glad that he kept it going and made some positive changes there. I haven't talked to him in a long time, and I keep meaning to try and stop in there during the day sometime and see how things are going with them. See what's big in comics these days. But I think a lot of the stuff that I was really interested in, like, just kind of came to a natural conclusion, or had changed so much. Like, I was a big X-Men fan, but I just can't keep up with the story. And I feel like the last couple of times I was reading books from Marvel or DC where it seemed like they had an interesting story going, they just took it too far. I think after like Secret Invasion and Civil War and things like that, where everyone became obsessed with like the year-long crossover event, I think things for me just went way downhill. You couldn't just pick up one book and follow a story anymore. Like, it was like all these huge cosmic events. Welcome back, Judd. In Jersey, there's a great comic store recommending cool stuff. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Oh, that's good. Something is Killing the Children. Oh, I haven't read that. Have to look that up. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen was really good. That film version of that is an absolute travesty. And there's a lot of why Sean Connery retired from filmmaking. He's like, this is just garbage. I wonder if Sean Connery was hoping that League of Extraordinary Gentlemen would be like a great like end of his career financial decision, the way Star Wars was for Sir Alec Guinness. I love the, like, everybody knows this, right? But I love the story where like Sir Alec Guinness famously did not care for Star Wars, but he knew it was going to be successful, and so he negotiated a cut of, I believe, the merchandise rights for it. And so he made absolute bank on the Star Wars movies and the popularity of Star Wars. But he famously was not a fan. And there's one story where he's at a convention and somebody asked for his autograph and said he'd seen the movie over 100 times. And he said, well, I'll give you my autograph, but you have to promise never to watch that garbage again. And I agree that there's a lot of it that I'm sure he's like, he was a very serious actor who, for a lot of people, is going to be remembered more for Obi-Wan Kenobi than like Bridge Over the River Kwai or something like that. What's up, Brother Doom? How you doing? Good to see you. I'm just grinding up here because I think once I go through that other statue, I think we will be like at the end. And so I want to get whatever levels I can till then. We're just chatting about comic books. I haven't read American comic books in a long time, and occasionally I hear about stuff or see some snippets from something like Absolute Batman or something like that. Like, I have no idea what's going on with this. Separating Marvel after the second Civil War. They had a second Civil War? Jeez. They're in this Marvel until a third run stopped when it was over. Yeah. So probably small doses, big events. After big events just become exhausting, put me off. Can't keep up with 18 books, everything else going on. Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember they used to do that back in like the 80s or 90s when they had annuals? So every book would have, from the big publishers, would have an annual at the end of the year, or some point during the year. One annual. It's usually a big, like, self-contained story. But Marvel started doing these crossover events with annuals, and DC did them as well. The most memorable one for me in DC was, what was it? Armageddon 2000? I gotta look this up. And this was one of those things that I'm like, they really screwed the pooch on this. JLA Avengers was something. Those are some weird ones. That's not the crossover I'm thinking of, where they ended up like, they had a crossover and then it resulted in Amalgam, which was like they combined characters from Marvel and DC. Those are very strange. Second Civil War. Also the Earth's Collapse Whiteout event, Battle World, World War Hulk. I remember World War Hulk, and I remember being very disappointed by that because it had such cool setup and it just kind of like fizzled. But it was, somebody knows how to read this chapter and understand literally anything. Yeah, it's too much. It was too much. Even Civil War was interesting, and I felt like it had a lot of interesting things to say, and then it just ended with like firefighters being like, "No, Captain America, we don't want you to fight." And he's like, "Oh, I already give up." Like, well, this is dumb. This is stupid. Armageddon 2001. Okay. Anyone familiar with this from DC Comics? Armageddon 2001 was a 1991 crossover storyline published in DC Comics. It ran through a self-titled 2-issue limited series, most of the annuals DC published that year. So what was interesting about this story was 50 years in the future, the world is run as a dystopian future Earth run by Monarch, who's this dude in this like armor who runs everything. And some guy tried to travel back in time 50 years to figure out which superhero 50 years ago would become Monarch and conquer the world and try to stop him. And what he would do is he gained the ability to travel through time, and then he could touch characters, modern day characters, and see their future, or at least possible future. So all of these annuals were like the future, and you had stuff like Superman going crazy. This is one of those earlier versions of Superman like going nuts and just being like, what if I just conquer the earth? Kind of story. That one was pretty good. Batman, like his final confrontation with the Joker, was pretty good ones there. And it just showed like a lot of the characters like potential futures. And the original setup was for Captain Atom, the silver guy. There's like some kind of cosmic radiation based powers. Who's kind of on par with Superman, depending on where they put him in there. That he was being set up to become Monarch, right? And they dropped the ball. It got leaked. And they decided to go with a backup story. This is the story as I understand it. This could be off base now because it's a very old one. But it got leaked that Captain Atom was going to become Monarch. And they wanted it to be a big surprise. So they changed to the backup. Where instead of being Captain Atom, who at least sort of made sense. He was a very powerful character, like ability wise, and you could kind of see him turning evil. Instead, they made it Hawk from Hawk and Dove. And what happens is Monarch shows up and kills Dove in front of Hawk, and Hawk goes crazy and beats Monarch to death. Now, Hawk was not a particularly intelligent character. He wasn't like a Tony Stark Iron Man character. He was a dude who had like rage powers, essentially. Because Hawk and Dove like were embodiments of like war and peace, right? So Hawk was like the war element. And have you read the Killing Joke or seen the movie? I've read the Killing Joke. That's a big one. I don't think I saw the movie version of it, but I have read that. That's a classic. That is a classic story of Batman and the Joker there, and led to one of the coolest characters revivals in DC when they brought Barbara Gordon back as the Oracle, is like a computer hacker who like worked in the background. I thought it was really cool use of the character. Movie version is really not good. That's a shame. I thought they did a good job with like the Dark Knight Returns animated movie, although I still prefer like the comic. It's just got a little bit more juice to it. And so like the Armageddon 2001, like it made no damn sense. Like, oh boy, Hawkeye. So Hawkeye has the super suit and he's building this machine that's gonna like destroy the earth and like take over. How does he know how to do any of this? He's just a thug. He's like a strong man. It made no damn sense. Years and years later, they had an event where Captain Atom's suit got ruptured, his containment suit got ruptured, and this group put a new containment suit on him, which ended up being the Monarch suit. So they came back to it years later in DC and kind of like fixed that. Like, okay, he is Monarch after all. The Justice movie was so bad, better off reading the comics, watch the game movie. I don't understand. I guess I kind of do, but I see a lot of clips of it on YouTube, and I've seen a lot of media for it. It just seems like the Injustice story has like so much supporting media, and I'm like, is this like a bad? I feel like that's an anti. That's like a negative connotation for DC Comics if one of their most popular stories is what happens if most of the good guys turn evil. Well, I agree, like there were some interesting stories produced out of like what happens if Superman goes bad, right? But it's been done so many times. I think the best usage of it isn't even so much if it goes bad so much, but Superman Red Sun, where the capsule lands in Soviet Russia and Superman is raised as like the communist Superman, and then he eventually like more or less begins conquering the world from the auspices of communism. It has like Soviet Batman, the American Green Lantern Corps. Like, it's really interesting. I thought so anyway. My favorite version of this trope. Yeah, it was really well done. It was really well done. Especially of like Lex Luthor's like ultimate victory in that, where he's like, I could defeat you with like, what was it? I could beat you with 5 words. Was it 5 words or 10 words? 10 words. Why don't you put the whole world in a bottle? Brilliant. I thought it was like really well written, really well done. He still didn't really win, but he mostly won. But it was like, that's a really good version of that, because it's not just like Superman rip people apart? Like, what if Superman just had a different ideology and operated as thus? And not like an evil ideology, but just one that maybe people are like, I don't know, Superman. Batman versus the Five Fingers. Was that the it's one of those like with the owls or something like that? I heard that Black Adam with the Rock is a really bad movie. I don't think it was very good, but I thought it was interesting. Here's what I appreciated about it. Still don't think it was very good. I appreciated that they brought in Atom Smasher. They brought in Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate. And this is what I love about DC movies now. It's weird how they flipped, because DC movies is like Marvel movies, I feel like, is bringing in characters that I don't think anyone has a good reason to care about. And DC is bringing in characters that are really interesting that you never thought you'd see in a movie. Did you ever think they would put Polka Dot Man in a movie? I never thought I'd see Dr. Fate on the silver screen. How about Pierce Brosnan? Now, what was weird is they tried to do an Iron Man thing where they showed like his face in the mask all the time, but he had the mask on a lot and it looked good. Hawkman, right? It was cool. Like, it brought in like cool characters that could use some limelight. I think Marvel is just like, they used their best stuff too soon and then picked, there's so many better choices for like sideline characters they could have brought into Marvel movies. Where my homie Bucket Man at? Where are you gonna bring Bucket Man? Dr. Fate is such a weird character. Why don't they bring Bucket Man? Who's that? I forget if he's in a band or whatever. The guy who plays guitar, he's got like a weird mask and a bucket on his head. I think he's called Bucket Man too. Put that guy in there. I'm gonna bring out Justice League Unlimited, Amazo. Shit, yeah, Amazo. That Amazo stuff was crazy. But yeah, like they're capable of like doing good stuff with it. Superman vs. the Elite was good. IO was pretty good. Shaw Scary Superman is if he just acts unhinged. Yeah. Buckethead. Why, YouTube, why are you blocking that? Don't be blocking me. I think there's a lot of stuff that Marvel had set up that they just kind of abandoned and couldn't get rolling. Why don't we have another Blade movie by now? Why is that still like getting screwed around with, you know? They set that stuff up in the Eternals, right? With Kit Harington as the Black Knight, that would have been awesome. With the Evan Blade, that would have been amazing. Nah, we're not doing that now. Nah. Bring in like the weirdo cosmic characters. Nah, we don't want to do that now. What if we just kept giving Chris Pratt money? No, please. I've had enough. You can go back to Jurassic Park. They can keep him. He's Mario now. I guess we're getting a Mario Galaxy movie? I didn't see that coming. What a weird sequel to it. Metroid's on a motorcycle. Was it Judd was asking if I saw the Nintendo Direct? I think that was the stuff that was in it this time. That was the stuff that I remember seeing. Is Metroid Prime 4 going to be the generation that is fans of Metroid Prime? Is that going to be their version of literally every Zelda game after the first one for my generation not being a Zelda game? And then having people like, what are you talking about? This is a great Zelda. This is the greatest Zelda game. Like, there's one Zelda game, the first one, and everything else after that is weird and different. And I don't like it. I'm kidding. About not liking it. I like all the Zelda games I've played. They're all interesting and different. And I don't expect any two Zelda games. It's weirder for me when any two Zelda games are very close. because they couldn't even keep that going for the first 2 games before they're like, what if we went a different way? Because I've been waiting for 17 years. I kind of hate like any media, games, movies, anime, manga that has like that long of a stretch of time, because it almost never pans out well. How long did people wait for Shenmue 3? And I didn't hear great things about that. But maybe it's for the best that it's weird in a motorcycle. Imagine a Super Mario Sunshine movie. That would be weird and interesting. I think Galaxy could be cool. I would have rather had like Super Mario World with Yoshi's and that sort of stuff. But Galaxy is why Galaxy? Galaxy's an interesting. Is it just because it's more recent? I know they're putting out versions of Galaxy and Galaxy 2 for the Switch, which I gotta be honest, like I don't feel like they need it. Maybe I'm wrong. Changed my mind. I don't feel like they, aside from being able to buy them on current hardware, I don't think either of those games needed to be like, I don't think they needed that much work. Give up a Prime 4. No, I got nervous excitement. Prime 1 was good. Rest was forgettable. I found it odd that I saw the motorcycle and the first thing I could think of was like that weird 3DS game they put out that was like, this is a Metroid game? What's this got to do with Metroid? Like there's a bunch of like different characters in super suits, which seemed like they just put the Metroid name on something else. I didn't play it, so I can't speak to the quality of it. I should have picked it up. It's probably expensive as hell now. Bleach did it right. I think, but see, Bleach had, I don't know where that is coming from with Bleach, but I will say that like, I think the creator of Bleach had interesting ideas that didn't always have the best execution. He cared more about stuff looking cool than anything making narrative sense, which isn't necessarily bad. But I also feel like, from what I remember, they kind of forced him to end it because the popularity was waning and people were not big fans of some of the things that he was doing with it. But I feel like from what maybe I misunderstood, I thought when they were bringing it back, it was like going back to kind of undo that and give it like a proper send-off. I think it goes with like the principle that I see a lot, like stop remaking things that were good and remake things that were interesting but bad and make them better. You know, don't take something that is like a classic and then try to remake it just because like, well, now it's, you know, like it's got CG in it and it's better now. Like take something that like had a really poor execution but an interesting idea and then remake that. And I think that's, in my mind, that's how Bleach was. It's something that had interesting ideas that maybe wasn't executed that well and like put it out in a way that is more satisfying. Kubo's a genius bad at stories. Yeah. Zero Suit Samus is on my bike, my back shot. Didn't they have that? Wasn't it like the Summer Games Fest where they had, I think that was for, what's it, the First Descendant or whatever that game was, and they had like a new release for that. They spent a lot of time showing the backside of that lady on a motorcycle, and it seemed like it was a lot of the clip was just that shot over and over again. With a Nintendo Direct 5 out of 10, Virtual Boy makes no sense to me. The Virtual Boy I thought was extremely cool, and grew out of the same sort of ideas that the original Game Boy did, which was taking mostly like cheap, unused commodity hardware and making something interesting out of it. But I just think it came out at an odd time and was too expensive. But I think there's a lot of really cool titles on it that you would be hard pressed to play properly. I'm very curious about how well that setup will work independent of the original hardware. Because I think there is cool stuff on the Virtual Boy. But then I also think there's cool stuff on the 3DO. So I think the Wonder Swan is really neat. So I think I have more tolerance for badness than a lot of people do. There's a really good Virtual Boy emulator for the 3DS. It's a homebrew for the 3DS that makes use of the 3D technology in the 3DS. That is really cool. I don't think they'll be able to do that. Give Nintendo Direct 5 out of 10. Yeah, I have a hard time getting excited about Nintendo Directs anymore, just because like I'm not really interested in remakes as much, and that's a lot of it. Remakes or remasters for games. And I guess a lot of the series that I really enjoyed and would love to see more of, I'm not really interested in what they're doing with them now. And so like I'm not excited to see like oh, here's a new Zelda game. I'm like, I don't know, man, it could be neat, but like I feel like I've got enough Zelda games to be happy with. And like it's not that I really enjoyed Breath of the Wild a lot. I feel like I'm in the minority on that amongst my streaming compatriots. Hades 2 was the highlight for me. You know, it was already known quantity. Yeah, see that's like a lot of game presentations now is like a bunch of new stuff that nobody cares about and doesn't look very interesting, and something that we already knew about that just got another trailer. The CDI. I'd play the CDI. I got to figure out how I can play those CDI games. They're not great, but they are interesting, which is right up my alley. A game that is like objectionably awful, but you'll remember it. You're the worst Zelda game that I can remember, but you remember me. Still in the entire North American set. Still, I could buy the Switch add-on. The sheer insanity of it. Yeah, I don't have a Switch 2, and that would be weird if that was what got me to buy the Switch 2. Was like, gotta play that Virtual Boy. I mean, on Nintendo, we'll download, put it on the store for you to pay for. Yeah, I see. I don't really begrudge them for that. It would be nice if they would just sell the games, but I understand business-wise where they're coming from. I don't really make use of that stuff because I'm playing on all the original hardware. But it's a nice feature to have, particularly if you want to play multiplayer stuff. Like this Wednesday, I gotta double check, but I'm pretty sure we're still on. Inochi and I are gonna play Donkey Kong Country 2, and we'll be using the Switch Online, which makes it real easy to set that stuff up. But I understand people's objections to it, and I'm not gonna sit here and be like, no, you should want to pay for that. If it was more expensive, I would probably have a very different view of it. It's cheap enough for me to just pay it and forget about it for the stuff that I use it for. What's up, Kubi? Welcome in. Good to see you. We made the CDI. Oh man, that would be. Did any of you guys see that Zelda CDI inspired game that even like limited run games produced like a special USB CDI controller for the game? I wonder if I can still get that. I doubt I can still get that. Cause CDI has like a particular and weird game controller for it. I watched a streamer who made a CDI version of themselves, but just for that game. And then anytime they talk about the CDI versions of themselves, like, oh no, they're dead. I buried them. They're dead. I buried them out back. No, you're not going to see CDI me anymore. They're gone. I murdered them. Which is funny. I thought it was really cool looking. Got another Fatal Frame 2 remake. Did they remake that already? I did see that, but I was at the same time, I'm like, I can just go play the original. I don't need the remake. I think I would love to see a new Fatal Frame. I know they remade one of the later ones. They like remastered it because it didn't. They did back for the Wii, did they? Because I know we had like a Wii game that we didn't get in the States until recently. That is kind of like the weird state to be in, right? With modern games, with all of the remakes. Project 02 Wii Edition. You are right. Crimson Butterfly on the Wii. Man in Backwater Lunar Eclipse. Yeah, that was the one I was thinking of that. Well, that one, God, I think is it Master of the Lunar Eclipse? I think Master of the Lunar Eclipse is the one that didn't make it out in the US. I think Man in the Blackwater may have, but I know they had a remaster. I forgot this even existed for the Wii. Yeah, I would love to see. That's one of those series I thought was really interesting, and I'd love to see more. The Resident Evil games. Yeah, I mean, even those I'm excited for the new Resident Evil. I'm really interested to see what that's going to look like. I am not as excited as I am about just playing the original couple of games, but I love to see an old series like that keep going. I think Capcom did pretty good with the newer ones. They're different. They're not my favorites, but I enjoyed them. When does that Silent Hill set in Japan? That comes out pretty soon, doesn't it? Or is that? I don't think it's already out. It may have already come out. I missed the camp. Yeah. Well, we live in kind of a golden age. I keep thinking it's going to end, but I still see stuff coming out where people are making games in that style, and many of them fully embrace all of it, including weird, cheesy voice acting. And some of them are like very good. That's why I love like the modern era on the indie side, because you have people making games that are inspired by like way old generations of games that some people get sick of it, and sometimes it's a little goofy, but like PS1 graphic aesthetic, old style gameplay, things that have kind of gone extinct, they're coming back. They're making their own Jurassic Park, but for old video games. Well, we didn't have the complete DNA of Resident Evil, so we had to splice in some frog DNA to complete it. I think those are very interesting. They're not always good. It's not like a guarantee it's going to be good. Just like, I get that reference. Tasty frog legs, delicious frogs. Just like pixel art inspired throwback games are sometimes really not good, and like the art style is kind of there, but it doesn't quite line up. Like they're not consistent about the scale, or like the gameplay is just like really bad. Because there are some games that are like, it's a throwback game, and I'm like, no, it's just a bad game. It's just a bad game that looks ugly, and it's boring. But and I don't have anything like specific to throw out there. I'm not trying to cash in on people, but I think that anytime you have like people are really into PS1 style graphics is going to get people who make more or less like cash grabs. Any trend is going to have like trend chasers who produce something like not great. Sometimes things get produced just to capitalize on trends with no soul behind it and end up being like really entertaining, and it's really weird, and you feel like, I can't believe I like this. It's such obvious like pandering, but it's so good. pausing so I don't die while I'm looking away. Oh, for adventure games, pixel art ones. Yeah. What? I'm looking forward to getting back to the Crimson Diamond on Tuesday, because I was really enjoying that. And what I really liked about that is, like, you know, it's not just the point and click, it's like the text parser. Like, it's a very particular series of games that they are emulating there. But I still have a bunch of those to go through. I've been enjoying the hell out of those. Faith in the Holy Trinity. Yeah, I was thinking about putting that on the calendar this year. I just ran out of time last year, but I would like to play that. I'm very interested in that. I'll subscribe about the Crimson Diamond. Yeah, I'll have to rewatch the stream when I get a chance to try and refresh it. What I remember is that it looked like his sister and lawyer had a plot where they have imprisoned him and are threatening to force feed him nuts that he is deathly allergic to in order to get him to sign a will they have concocted so they can steal the property out from under him. And that they had poisoned I don't think it was his wife, his paramour. They had poisoned her, but she was already kind of being poisoned by the treatment that she was getting for her illness. That also included, like, there was part of the treatment was like cyanide, and that their additional poisoning like pushed her over the edge. And that if it hadn't been for that, the combination of the two, she may have survived. I don't think they actually said that, but like, I also don't think they knew her medicine contained like cyanide. A Final Fantasy remake going to be on Switch 2 as well. Is that the Final Fantasy 7 remakes? It's one thing that I liked about the Switch when it came out was playing non-Nintendo games in a portable fashion was really interesting and novel. I think there are more options out now, and there were some titles that I was like, do we really need the new Doom on Switch? It can't possibly keep up. I think like Witcher 3, they did a pretty good job of that, of toning it down graphically just enough to make it run performatively on there. But I never expected the Switch to run like mainline AAA titles. Aerith, one of the most overrated girls in gaming history. Aerith is like Rei Ayanami from Neon Genesis, right? Like a lot of otaku got really obsessed with Rei Ayanami, right? And there's not much to the character for most of the story. And like Asuka's got character, but like Rei's what a lot of people wanted. Like, oh, she's very quiet and gentle. It's like, she doesn't exist, man. Like, and I don't mean like that in the literal sense, like she doesn't exist because she's just a cartoon character. I mean like she's like tofu, like raw tofu of a human being. She's just like a shell. That's what you're looking for? It's weird to me. Now I think Aerith's got more going on than that, but I think Tifa is the better choice out of that, story-wise, but we all know why people like Tifa. Super good for the hardware too. Incredibly impressed. Yeah, I am impressed when they put like the titles on there. It's not always the case. Sometimes they're like, why did you do this? It's not good. But like lazy ports are not new in the game industry at all. We get a lot of like badly optimized PC ports all the time. Tifa and Barrett are the best parts of Final Fantasy VII. But what about Vincent? He's got the guns and that cool cape. Italian government agrees with Jum. Yeah. is like way out of nowhere, but I find it funny when you see like European Union stuff that's like we gotta censor adult content, and I'm just like, didn't the Italian Parliament like already make their stance known on this by broadcasting it? Like, isn't that enough to say like you're hypocrites? That like somebody there had this thing up and active. But then again, a lot of politicians, when it comes to things that regulate the internet, don't understand it and won't until the thing they want to do is gone, and suddenly it'll be like, what do you mean? Like, if you do this, it will destroy the internet. Why I don't use the internet? I just use my iPad. Like, what do you do on your iPad? I go to these websites. Like, that's the internet. I listen to Spotify. That's on the internet. I watch YouTube. That's the internet. No, I don't use the internet, though. It's like that kind of logic. See much about Vincent yet? Oh, I guess he's more original. Has he shown up in the remakes at all? What are they doing with those remakes? I personally think it was a mistake for Square to split the 7 remake up so large. I think that they are really grasping at straws to try and make the most of it. It's like making 3 movies out of The Hobbit. Like, they gotta make up so much crap to fill that space. It just don't make sense. And there's good stuff there, but there's a lot of made up garbage too that it's just a waste of screen. I feel like that was most of what I heard about the last remake, Final Fantasy VII remake they put out. Was like, I enjoyed it until I got tired of all of like the dragged out mini games, and then by the end of it I was just tired of it and wanted it to be over, or I just didn't finish it at all because I was tired of it. So hopefully whatever they do for the next part will like have learned their lesson from that and won't like just try to massively inflate it with all this extra stuff. We're almost there. We're almost to 59. So many side missions. They made a new Pokemon game. Oh yeah. Here's my prediction for the Pokemon game. Like almost all previous Pokemon games, there will be so many complaints about it. People will talk about how much they hate it, how terrible it is. There'll be all kinds of screenshots and videos online of terrible portions of it, how awful the graphics look, and it will sell millions of copies. It will be a huge seller, as always. Because all of those people complaining are going to rush out and buy it day one. And a lot of people will quietly enjoy it and play a lot of it and just not say anything. And there'll be a million reviews about how terrible it is. Although I will say that it's odd that they have already announced. Am I wrong about this? They've already announced paid DLC for the game that isn't even out yet. That's a bit much. I just really hate Cloud. What's wrong with Cloud? Cloud's just a sweet, troubled child who's very confused. He's confused, but he's got the spirit. That's my take on Cloud. Getting summon a creature to fight for you. Yeah. Video game patents in general have been an absolute mess, particularly in regards to technology. But not just technology, in all avenues. Heavily abused system. Every time something big like this comes out, my hope is always like, I hope this goes to court and this stuff gets challenged and like this leads to some sort of like actual attention and some reform for this stuff. Like something needs to change in that system because there's a lot of issues with it, but I don't have high hopes for that. Because again, it's like, there's like that Microsoft antitrust trial. I guess it wasn't antitrust so much, but when the FTC wanted to block the sale of Activision Blizzard to Microsoft, and the judge was basically like, video games aren't that big of a deal. Who cares if two video game companies buy each other, was like the sense I got from their ruling that let it pass. And then predictably they shut a bunch of studios down and laid a bunch of people off. Hey, welcome back, Dika. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? This guy's some Cloud. Cloud nearly kills Tifa because of Mako poisoning. Yeah, that was a pretty goofy scene there. They also, I gotta say, that doesn't paint Tifa in a great light either. 9, another 5,000, and I think we're at max level. Are we not at max level now? How much higher can we get? This does max out. This does max out at 59. Our health is full. Oh, I better get to a safe space and save. Mr. Chris Courage warned me that sometimes it'll spawn you in with a monster right on top of you. With a goon on top of you. Where Flash? Flash is around somewhere. All right, I think we're safe right here. All right, I'm gonna save here. Saved. Okay, stop and save. Or like Sephiroth. Spelling, you know what I mean? I believe you mean Sephiroth. Yeah, I think Sephiroth is cool, but he's... Sky, have you played the original Final Fantasy VII all the way through? Like, do you know the whole story? Because I know like the whole story of the game, and I'm curious to see where they go with it. Because I know they've changed things or hinted at big changes or done a bunch of stuff. This part of Scarlet Violet was being able to dick around open world with friends. I really should have picked up Scarlet and Violet. I passed on it. Seen bits and pieces. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything, but like, it's interesting, like, the hentai of it. You're allowed to say that word, and you're just not. I don't need to pretend like it doesn't exist. All right, well, let me check real quick and see what max level is. I don't know. It says our next level is a certain amount of experience, but that may not mean anything. Let's see here. I'm trying to find out what the max level is. I mean, let's get to 60. I don't know if it does max out. Level 62, max level combined game is level 62. Okay, so there's the max level is 62, so I could go for 3 more levels on this. Play all of Crisis Core, so I know a fair amount. Yeah, there's a decent amount in Crisis Core established. I think there's still some core story elements that aren't really gone over in that. But I could be wrong. It's been a while. All right, I want to take a very short break here. I'll refill my beverage. Move my legs a bit, and then we'll see. I don't know. I think I'm going to. It's 10,000 points to the next level. I'm gonna see if I can get to the next section. And we'll take a look, and then hopefully I will be in a position where I could come back. I'll just make the save when I get there, a separate save. So if I get there and get, you know, when you get in those situations in RPG where it's like, there's no going back past this point, and then find out like the boss is unbeatable and I need to grind those last 3 levels. Because if I need to grind those last 3 levels, that'll be like all I'm doing for the rest of the night. 1,000 dudes if they all drop 10 XP. Yeah, I mean, it can go pretty quick as long as I'm in an area where they spawn quickly. And I'm just wandering back and forth and getting powerful enough that they're not as much of a threat. I am curious, like, what my payout will be for that. But do I want to get so like maxed out on? Because when I maxed out level in Dragon Quest, like, you really don't need to. It made the final boss like absolutely trivial, but I was okay with that. I guess. We'll see. I'll consider it. Maybe I'll put a poll up when I come back to see if I gain more levels or not. But I think what I am gonna do is at least try to advance the story in the next section and then see what we get from there. And if I end up fighting the final boss and he's like too much of a pain, I'll do it. From what I remember, the final boss, there's a lot of damage going on and very difficult to expand. I may just do it just so I can get like the item that will automatically resurrect us when we die. I don't know if it works during boss fights. It's nice being up. Sometimes up is fine. I've gotten through most of the game without being overpowered for what I'm fighting. So it might be nice for a refreshing change of pace. But I'll be back in just a few moments for more East Book 2 now. Reaching the end game. Or we may just grind. We'll see when I get back in just a few moments. Stay tuned. I'm back. Back for Jump. You just made it. You just made it. Thank you. All right, let's keep on grinding. I'm gonna grind at least to 60, I think. Less time had passed than I really thought. So I got time. I think we can get to 60. Did my eyes deceive me? Did I not have less money than this before? Maybe I was looking earlier and like I thought I was had a lot of money. So I have enough money to buy. Isn't it like $60,000 for the one-time get out of jail free card? Basically, it's been an oddly slow day. I'll take it. I have been so wrapped up with stuff. It's been very weird. So I'm happy with like just a chill day, which is why I chose to return this day and not like, I didn't want to come back like in the middle of like a brand new like game to have to figure out. If you're a Dark Lord, what minions would you have guarding your base? I am a big fan of well, robots in general, but like golems I particularly like. And I always like the idea, you know what, like in Labyrinth where they have that door that like when it closes it's like two halves of a giant robot that busts out. I know it wouldn't have like a door like that, but I like the idea of having like statuary that's like part of the building that like comes to life and battles you. Like just really tough like iron golems or something of the like. They're basically fantasy robots, more or less of the magical variety. Let's get our juice back. That time I had was concerning. That's not, it's not such a bad thing. Like, it's good to like slow down from time to time, but having like free time, like I'm usually so pressed for time that maybe you're feeling this when I have a day that I'm not super busy and it's like, I don't really need to do anything today. Is so weird. Like that I if I'm not careful, I'll end up wasting the day like spending too much time thinking about like what am I gonna do with my day? And then before I know it, it's like it's 10:30. I'm like, well, that was it's too late for anything now. Having a robot door that judges your dance skills like Retro King, my version summons op monsters. That's a good one. Especially if I love if a game asks you to do something that you're mechanically unable to do. And sometimes it hand waves it and it's like, play this instrument. And I'm like, it's just like the character just kind of automatically does it or it's based off a skill or something. But I like other ones where they're like, do this thing, and then it gives you like just gives you control of the character. It's like pick up this box in a game where you can't pick things up, and it's like, oh, I guess you failed the test. Like, what are you doing? Like the idea of that, but I think if I ran into it in the game, I would just lose my mind. What are you doing to me? I feel like I like confused my brain all up with the numbers here. The numbers, what do they mean? Yeah, because that is only another 5,000. Did a lot of Guitar Story seasons. kind of complaining about that in Dragon Quest. Apparently all the characters are musically talented and no forging. Yeah. Wait, I compare that to like Star Ocean, where like those were all skills that you not only had to expend points to be able to do, but that in order to do it successfully, the character also had to already have the talent for it, or you could spam the command and waste a lot of time and resources trying to force them to learn it, which would sometimes cause the game to lock up. But there's like a lot of stuff that was like, depending on how you play that game, you may have to like reload your save to re-recruit the character, to roll the dice to make sure they get the originality skill so they can customize their ultimate weapon, or you're just not going to get it. How much XP am I getting off these guys now? I don't know if there's... Maybe we should go to the next area. Am I only getting one? 4. I'm only getting 4 from these guys now. So it'll be over 1,000 enemies that I would have to slay to get level 60. So let's go back to I think it was Brant's Village. 4, yeah, that's kind of low. That's pretty low. No, it was up here, wasn't it? Life Drop. It's been very special. There's only 1 dose in the whole world. This is funny because like your max gold is 65,535, which is just based off of the maximum, what is it, unsigned integer. You see that number a lot, but it's very close to the maximum amount of money you could even have. We're gonna buy it. So now we got that medicine. Village. We're gonna go back to the way where we were. Do I need to go back into... No, let's go back and talk to the goddesses already, I think. Let's move to the next section. You're hanging around for... Don't mind me. All right, which is the other statue. Yes. All right. Let's save a different save. This is on 3 now. Which is the canal. I think this is the way we couldn't find before. We're like, I know there's a door there, and I cannot reach it. And there must be some way to reach it. Also, great track here. Yep. It's a door we could not reach before, and that was the answer. Dolly! Dallas's room. Dollheads. Dallas, Dolly. Is this Pitbull's room? He'd be a devilish dungeon master. I had a lot of fun running Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder and other role-playing games. I was the forever DM, and I really didn't mind it. I had a lot of fun running that. One of my my two favorites are I had like an NPC that was meant to just be like a throwaway one-time encounter, but I role-played him so well that without using any mechanics, just talking, I managed to give the party the impression that the guy was way more powerful than he was. And so, like, at one point they stabbed him and they almost killed him, but he bluffed it off so well that they're like, oh man, if that doesn't kill him, like, there's no way we can beat this guy. And the guy had like 2 hit points left. He was like on the verge of death, and they just they just didn't pick up on the description of the guy, like, obviously faking, like, oh, is that the best you got? And so he stuck around forever. He kept coming back and attacking them, and he would just like sweep in and like talk his way through stuff, and he just conned them constantly. And they kept, every time it would come up, it was like, they're totally gonna kill this guy and take his stuff. Like, this is the day. Like, there's no, he cannot. I didn't advance him at all. I didn't boost his stats at all after that. I kept him the same. So as they kept getting more powerful, he just got left further behind in the dust. But I just talked his way out of everything. And by the end of it, they're like, could we have killed that guy? And I'm like, oh yeah, you could have killed him the first time you saw him. He was weak. He had nothing. There's no way he could take you. But then they had the opportunity to kill him, and the guy was like, I really want to kill him, but like, I had built up enough of a compelling story for him that they're like, no, I can't do it. Like, he's got too much of a backstory. Like, I really, really want to kill him, but like, I just can't bring myself to do it. And it's like, I succeeded. It was very good. The other one was just like dealing with like the most powerful character in the party, who was a gunslinger, and I just had a guy who turned himself invisible and would use I forget what it was, like, just, it was like a lame low-level spell, but like the save was atrocious to just disarm him. So he just kept invisibly slapping the guns out of his hand. That was the only way he lived for several rounds, because they couldn't just have the gunslinger put everything he had into shooting him, because he just kept stealing his guns. It was good stuff. Hello, Jika. Hello again. All right, we are right here. This is gonna be some kind of fight. So you would like a chance to die? Then I, the great wizard, will give you that opportunity. I am a most generous man. Your magic is worthless against my superior power. You fool! You haven't a clue as to how you can defeat me. Without the Clarius sword, you don't stand a chance. I think that may be true. The ground at your feet will be your grave. Oh, I think I was supposed to go find the, Oh, I can just leave. That's right, I'm supposed to go find a guy. Hold on, we'll be back. We'll be back. You just wait there. Was that the first boss fight I could just walk out of? Wait, come back. Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't have said anything, man. Maybe I shouldn't have told him that he had no chance to survive. Maybe that's why people keep leaving me. What's up, Crooked Gamer? How's it going? How you doing? I got all the way to a boss, and he reminded me that I need a special sword that I forgot to go get, so... I gotta go get that now. Oh boy. I gotta remember how to even get there. Oh boy. I gotta get in the canals. Somehow. I don't remember which route to take to get there. And then in the canals, there is a guy. So this is a way I can travel between the canals. I gotta remember how to even get to this dude. I don't think I needed to have the canals drained in order to get to this guy here. He was a statue before, and he should not be a statue now. And as far as I know, that is the person I need to find. And I know I found him before, and then that was a while ago. I can't remember how to get back to him. I think that was one of the things I was trying to do last time. Trying to find that shield and trying to figure out where to find this guy in the sewers. And I think I had spent a lot of time in the wrong sewers is what I found when I looked it up afterwards. Like, where is this guy? And like, why can't I reach it? It's like, well, you're in the wrong sewers here. So once you get to the correct sewers, you'll find him. Like, oh. I mean, it doesn't hurt that we're going to kill some stuff on the way, but it's giving us 1 XP here. This jump before I stream later. Nice. Demon Keith told me that the road leading to the goddess's castle is blocked by a pair of statues. When you wear the goddess's pendant and touch the stone statue, you will be instantly transported by some mystical energy to the center of Solomon Shrine. It's not this way. That was like the runaways hideout, I believe is what that is called. So then there's the question, is this the sewer, or have I wasted my time again here? There are ways I can travel to the other sewers, but I don't know. May have to look this up, figure out how I get where I want to go. Previous count was too far. Bring up a ref from Game Crumbs. Okay, you must die video. Oh, I haven't seen that in a while. Actually, like, get somewhere? Am I just doing circles here? In my mind's eye, the guy was all the way on like the left-hand side of a dungeon, of a sewer area. All right, so this is the canal mid. It's very mid. It's not a very exciting canal. It's not a good one. If I said how you died, just bring that up. Yeah. I haven't watched any Game Grumps stuff in ages. I could be wrong on like even his position, like when I'm thinking like, oh yeah, he was all the way on the left. I could be completely wrong on that too. I do remember finding a gentleman who had been turned into a statue, but where? Where I cannot recall. I think this leads to a very specific area here. Yeah, the goddess's castle. Let's see, where else was there? Let me look for another. Another way to traverse canals. See if that'll take me where I want to go. Canal East. All right, because I was in like Canal West. Right. So this should be different. In theory. Just want to circle there. Didn't I? Somewhere. The only certainty I have is that this person exists somewhere. Somewhere they exist. Someone just may have just been through there. That still hits pretty hard for only giving one experience, gotta say. Oh man, I'm gonna have to look up a map. Aren't He was down in the canal somewhere. I'll have to look at a map. Because I want to say I found him before I emptied the canals, right? And so, like, wherever he was, it was somewhere where I would have to just walk to. Ah, here we go. At last. God, I spent so much time. The last time I played this, I spent so much time in the wrong sewers looking for this guy. Is it you who removed that wretched curse from me? I am Sada from Ramia village. I came to the shrine to rescue my girlfriend Maria from the goons, but instead I was cast to stone by the evil wizard Dale. Oh my. So you couldn't save Maria. I guess there was nothing you could do. Oh, that's right. Maria got sacrificed and we couldn't stop it. I forgot about that. Well, no, I'm sad. She's just dead. I'm sure you tried your best, Adol. Yeah, I sure did. I sure did try my best. At least that's how I remember it. I tried my best and the game said no, and I certainly didn't make any mistakes. Since Maria is gone, I guess I won't be needing this sword anymore. Let me give it to you to show my appreciation of your efforts. We have found some amazing armor in this shrine. I have been keeping it at my father's house. You'll probably need this armor in your fight against the goons. Adol gets the Claria sword. Please take good care of Claria sword. It is a treasure that has been handed down from generation to generation throughout our family's history. Excellent. Wonder bar. Where does this take us from? Let's see, strength 232. 247. That's a pretty big move. Game wanted Maria badly. The game said Maria has to go. And I said, oh, I'd rather not, but I guess if you gotta go, you gotta go. Let's go talk to his father in the village. And then see where I can get my my magic recovered. I think if I go to the goddess statue, it'll recover my magic, but I don't think I'll need it for this fight. That is our family sword. How did you get it? Did you see my son, Sada? You'll notice I only have 3 fingers in his hand. It's because of that sword. I accidentally chopped my pinky off. These things happen. Also, he looks like he's giving me the finger with his right hand there, holding the pipe. A little bit. Oh, what a relief! You've saved him. Thank you so much. Please take this armor with you in return for your bravery. Adol gets the Claria armor. Now, is there a Claria shield? Now get out! All right, so the 238 defense goes to 246. 8 points. That's not bad. Goons don't attack us as long as we give them an occasional offering. However, the village population has decreased dramatically. Well, that'll happen. I don't know who you are or where you came from, but thank you very much. The way that sentence starts, I don't expect it to end with thank you very much. I expect it to end with, but I swear to God, I'll fight you to the last. You've made me feel alive again. I want to live to see another day. Okay. I'm curious if there's a Claria shield. They'll kill my poor Maria. Oh, lady, I got unfortunate news for you. I'm kind of broke right now. Unfortunately. I'd give you the Claria shield if I had it, but I don't. In fact, it's not in the land of East at all. It was left in the underworld. But the underworld? Hold up now. Does that mean there's a backwards they go? Have I been to the underworld? Isn't the land of East? Oh wait, would be underworld be like, because we're on like a floating island. this like chunk of land blasted off into the sky. Is it down below? Is that where it is? Do. Okay, so I don't think I will get it. right away. All right, I just made a note. Okay. So, all right, yeah, away we go. Away we go. Whoa! It was worth a shot. I like how they keep chasing me even though they won't or can't attack me. It reminds me of something my D&D players would do if they get charmed by somebody. And it's like, according, the way this is worded, like, you're going to want to help them, right? So, like, you will act in a friendly manner towards them and you won't attack them. And they'll be like, my new friend, please convince your associates not to attack me. And they'd be like, so how long does the spell last? And if I wouldn't tell them, they just look it up. So I just tell them. And they're like, okay, well, I stand very close to the guy. And like, oh yeah, I'm going to do that, friend. You're my new best bud. And that's why I want to be very close to you. And it was like, you're just moving closer to him. So when the spell ends, you'll attack him. You're not really like doing the thing that says like, no, it's fine. They just try and cheese it so that they're right next to the guy when the charm wears off and they just stab him to pieces. It's like, oh, I guess. Whatever. It's aggravating at the time. It's like a lot of things with running tabletop games. It's like at the time it's maddening and super aggravating, but like in retrospect, like that's really funny. That's really funny. Welcome back, John. Welcome back. All right, let's see if we can take Dale here. We can't, according to him, we can't use magic. So, you would like a chance to die? That I, the great wizard, will give you that opportunity. I am a most generous man. Your magic is worthless against my superior power. We're doing like really good damage against him versus what his stupid fireballs are doing. Like, I'm sure there's ways to avoid it, but and he's good. I think if I had gone at that at a lower level, it may have been a lot more rough, but like he really didn't hurt us that bad there. Oh, I didn't have to worry about that. Oh, we leveled up anyway. Oh, we're level 60. Very nice. It all gets the magic of shield. Got him in the giblets. His superior power didn't turn out to be all that superior after all. Magic of shield. I think that shields me. That blocks some damage. I'll hold off on that for now. But I will save to part 4. The 4th save. Saved. East Core. That sounds like an awesome genre of music I would totally listen to. Y'all into that East Core? Oh man, it's so good. What is up with this place? We're in the meatball land now, or are those like... No, this is like Guts World. Hello, child.
Adolf, it's me, Todd.
Hey.
I have so much to tell you, but now is not the time.
Okay.
We must get back. Everyone is waiting for us.
All right. Okay, thank you, child. This music is great. This is the East Core that I've been looking for.
You must be Adolf.
Yes.
I'm Maria. He found me in the belfry and he brought me here. He said that there were fragments of a shattered bracelet near my body.
Oh,
Maybe the bracelet was a substitute. For I'm sure the goons would meant to shatter me. I've heard stories that the goddess was cast a stone by the demon's evil curse.
yeah.
We don't have a second to spare. Hurry!
So the story of, that's Maria. Maria's alive. Was her hair green before? I don't remember. She looks different. So somebody rescued Maria from the belfry, and I couldn't quite make out something about like there's a fragment stuck in her and they need to replace her heart or something. They had to give her some kind of magic bionics, but she lives. And the goddesses have been turned to stone, and we have to stop the evil curse. So now we're gonna go take care of this in this fabulous, gritty, grim-looking dungeon here. What am I looking at here? Something that I think it was the light spell that let me see something. Is that, no, that can't be it, can it? Anything else? Return, time stop, transform, shield, fire. I think light let me see some stuff. Idle. Illusion mirror? Oh, all right. So I was just supposed to like walk past that. Okay. I thought there was some secret. It's the demon guy. If you travel down this passage, you will eventually reach the goddesses. On the way, you will find Deka. He will assist you. Thank you, friendly goon. We've got the friendliest goon on our side. Oh, hello.
Adolf, at last we meet again.
Yes.
I am Deka from Ramia Village.
Okay, Deka.
Do you remember me?
Sure.
The goddesses must be back in me. What can we do about this barricade? Hey, did you see something move? Over there in the corridor to your right. What was it? Could it have been a goon?
Oh? There could be a goon over here. Someone's gooning in the corner. Not in my game. You see a flash of black around the next corner. Come back here. Someone has just been through here.
Ada, I finally found you. The last time I saw you, you vanished before I knew what was happening.
Oh?
I was worried, so I went outside to search for you.
Yeah.
But I soon lost my way.
Yeah.
Luckily, I haven't run into any of those dreadful creatures since then. Could it be for the power of this ring?
Yeah.
It was given to me by the two girls I met in the ruins.
Okay.
Here, take it with you. Maybe it can repel those demons for you as it did for me.
Great. So we got the missing child from the first village has been hanging out here with the magic ring all this time. What's up, Feddles? All I heard was gooning in a corner. So all the enemies in this game are called goons. And we're just alerted that, like, did you see something moving in the corner? It could be a goon. So that's, the jokes write themselves. This game is just full of all the villains are just constantly gooning. They're just gooning all over Ys. And we have to put a stop to their gooning. I know that ring. I remember seeing it in my dream. It is the ring of the goddess. I'm sure the ring has the power to lead us to the goddesses. When you touch the ring to the barricade, the power ceases and you may cross the threshold. No gooning over there, I guess. Is it a SNES game with voice acting? It's for the TurboGrafx CD. It was originally for the PC-88, the Japanese NEC PC line. And they updated the graphics for the TurboGrafx, which is roughly comparable to Super Nintendo. I feel like it's slightly below that, but it's slightly more capable than NES. It sits like weirdly in the middle, but this was also one of the earliest console CD-ROM games. And so when they remade it, when Hudson remade it for PC Engine / TurboGrafx 16 CD-ROM, they added voice acting to the existing game. It's otherwise a fairly faithful translation of the original PC game. Though they did combine books 1 and 2 of Ys, the 2 games, into one coherent game. And the way they did it mechanically is that there's no level cap for, like, normally when you play the 2 games, they're totally separate. So there's a level cap of 10 in the first game. And then when you start the second game, it starts you over from 0. And you start over. This one has a level cap of 62 levels. And it doesn't stop you at the first game. So if you wanted to, it would take you forever because of diminishing XP returns. You could grind up to level 62 before you beat the first half, book 1, and then just chew your way all the way through the rest of it. A lot of your strength comes from your equipment, so there's a limit to how much the XP does, but definitely against bosses, you add like 1 or 2 extra levels before going to fight a boss makes it a lot easier. I'm at level 60 right now. I don't know if I want to grind up the rest of the way to level 62, so we're gonna see what this boss looks like before we deal with that. But I've got the equipment. The only thing I'm missing is the shield here. But this is pretty much the end of the game too. This was remade for NES, got a version. I don't know if they did the second one. They did the first one on the NES. But this was the first version, I think, that made it out to the US. No, the first version made to the US was the Master System, the precursor to the Genesis, which changed quite a bit. The NES version changes a lot too, particularly with the bosses. The Super Nintendo, they did pick up versions for Super Nintendo starting from, I think, the 3rd version. And then some of the later ones are like exclusive to the SNES, though a lot of those also did not make it to the US. It's an interesting series. The first 2 games used bump combat and it became like what the series was known for, but like the second game's a side scroller. It's just a regular action game. So like, much like Zelda, they changed it up a lot between games, but I quite enjoy it. And the soundtrack, they, what's the word for it? They like transpose it. They arranged it. They did a new arrangement of the soundtrack based on the original score for the PC Engine to make use of them at the time new Redbuck audio, which is just the CD audio. So the soundtrack's really solid. The guy who did the arrangement is really, really good. Did the music for this. The guy who made the music for this is pretty well known. Yuzo Koshiro, who is especially well known for Streets of Rage 2, is one of like the most killer soundtracks on the Genesis. He was a really, really interesting artist who pushes the limits of the hardware. He wrote most of his music on a PC-88, even after that was no longer like state-of-the-art with a software that he wrote himself, which is very cool. What's up, Ryan? How are you? I'm doing pretty good. We're just wrapping up Ys Book 2 here. Getting back to the streaming. We're back on it, so I'm excited to be back. It's good to see you. Hopefully you've been well. think we're approaching the very end here. An eerie voice echoes from inside the room.
The goddesses are in a hopeless situation. There is no way that you can defeat me now.
Oh?
A fight without the power of the goddesses doesn't scare me.
Okay.
700 years ago, I almost had the whole country of Ys under my control.
Yeah.
But those forsaken goddesses managed to lock me up. I have suffered 10,000 years of humiliation, and I will remember every minute of it.
Didn't
when
he just
I
say like
revenge my
7,000
anguish.
years? Now he says 10,000.
Now, my time has finally come. The world of Ys will soon be mine, and I will show them all just how wicked we demons can be.
I don't know. I don't like this guy.
You animal. You know well that I cannot let you do that. Ys is now back where it belongs. Don't you forget about me. I am the bandit, Goban.
Goban. Hey, dog. Turn the volume up a little bit because the voice audio was a little bit low. Music clouds. Hey, dog. It looks like I got here right in the nick of time. Please play the silver harmonica. Oh, it's the silver harmonica from the first one. Wait, how did they get here? Did the island already land back down on the surface? Because this was like a floating island. I wish there was a cutscene. I don't think even the original game has a cutscene. I think there's just people commenting on how it's getting lower to the ground. But there's like no like big scene of it like hitting the ground. We took a cab. We got here as fast as we could. The guy was an Uber driver and he was trying to stretch out the drive. Is that the VA guy? That might have been. So who played Goban? There are like some well-known people that did the English in this, and then there are other people who are like lesser known. Yep, that's Goban, Thomas Hayden Church. That's a good ear. That was Sandman from Spider-Man 3, or Lowell from Wings. So who is Killer Moth in Teen Titans? That's pretty cool. It's the guy. It's him. Let's let the guy 20 hit a jump for us. Goban throws the harmonica to Adol. So the fate of Ys relies on me playing a harmonica. Now in the first book, we have to give it back to one of these two girls, and I'm pretty sure are the earthly incantations of the goddess, or incarnations of the goddess, and she plays the harmonica and does some stuff first. Now I got to play a harmonica. Do I know how to play a harmonica? I do not. If I understand correctly, you just put your lips on it and blow, but that doesn't mean anything. It all starts to play an old familiar tune. What's up, Terrence? Thank you for the welcome. How you doing? It's good to see you. Oh, that is a classic tune, man. Made $20 that way once. Hey! That's like the classic Ys opening theme. Well, more voice work.
I owe you more than you can ever imagine. I am Lair, the goddess of Ys. Through your courageous battle, you have defeated Dark Fact in Darm Tower. Dark Fact was the direct descendant of Priest Fact. He tried to use the magical power of Claria to release the demons, which have been sealed up for hundreds of years. He wanted to control the entire land, but greed has its limitations, and
Yep.
you caused the demise of that demon.
Yep.
When we seal the demons in, we also buried the magical mineral Claria deep within the ground. Several hundreds of years have passed, and Claria has since been excavated as silver. You know the rest of the story.
Oh.
But now you must fight your final battle against Dharm, the most sinister of all evils. I know that you're a most worthy warrior, and I want you to use my ring for this dangerous showdown. The ring can weaken the power of evil, and my blessing can give your sword the force of Ys. Courage to the end, dear Adolf.
All right. That sounds like a deal. Your sword begins to glow. Doing well, still recovering from my cold. Oh man, tell me about it. I hope you're doing pretty well with that. I caught an nasty cold on Sunday. I was really wiped out, and I've just been like slowly recovering since then. And my voice is still messed up. My throat's still kind of ragged from it. But at least I'm not like, I'm past the point where I'm like just constantly having to blow my nose. This is the worst. Oh, I hope you get well soon. This is the final battle. Good luck. You got anything to say?
Oh, Adolf, how I have longed to see you.
Oh?
Remember me? I am Fina. When we last met, I didn't reveal my true identity. But now I must tell you that I am one of the two goddesses of Ys.
I knew it.
You have been superb in your conquest to suppress the demons, but they will revive themselves unless you put an end to their source of evil. Their power comes from the enormous black pearl in the rear room. If you can shatter the pearl, then they will lose their evil flame, and we will have a chance to defeat them forever.
Oh, okay.
So please, use all your courage to destroy their evil energy.
Cool. I can do that. I could try to do that. I don't know, I'm writing bad VTuber fanfic for chat a few streams. You wonder if you like to be a character choice. I'll never say no to that, probably. I'm pretty open-minded with what kind of story we throw into. I would love to see that. I would love to see what sort of terrible fanfic you can toss me into. It all my love. Okay. This is like a boss fight area. What do you guys got to say? You've reached the final battle against Dharm. We went from fighting Dark Fact to Dharm. They had the tower named after him. That's where we fought Dark Fact in it. Now we're at the big man's house. Someone was Inoshi and Jane Doe going to Shaquille O'Neal's almond milk bar. Oh man, I want to go to Shaquille O'Neal's almond milk bar. Have you guys ever seen the like, I know it's not Shaquille O'Neal, but Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. Make sure I get that right. It was like an RPG Maker game where Barkley destroys the Earth with a slam dunk, and then he wakes up in the post-apocalypse future. Barkley's Shut Up and Jam Gaiden. Yep. The unofficial sequel to Barkley's Shut Up and Jam. That's great. Not seen it. You should look it up. It's a JRPG where you are Charles Barkley. The game's battle system, dubbed the Batty system, is influenced by commercial JRPGs. In 2041, post-cyber-apocalyptic New York, Charles Barkley performs a powerful chaos dunk at a basketball game, inadvertently killing most of the people in attendance. As a result, basketball is outlawed, and many basketball players are hunted down and killed. Drinking Shaq smoke signs kind of sus. a little bit, but it's almond milk. It's good for you. Time and place for fanfic. To battle! Enough talk. Have at you! time that you showed him what a great swordsman you truly are by running into him repeatedly. Oh, more voice acting.
Adol, where have you been? It's me, Luda Gemma. I brought you the Shield of Claria.
Oh!
You must have this to fight off Darm.
I'm glad to talk to you.
Use it wisely.
I mean, I could have just, like, not talked to the guy and then gone in there without this kick-ass shield. All right, let's check our stats. 249 and 252. Or 255. All right, well, that didn't seem like that huge of a boost, but, like, we got it. All right, I'll use the Goddess's Ring, I guess. I don't know if I have to. Let's save here. Dale. I'm just gonna continue saving over other saves. JRPG basketball game sounds epic and absurd. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's a pretty wild game. It's pretty out there. I quite enjoyed the bit of it I played. I'd love to go through and play the rest of it sometime. Let's use the shield spell. I think will assist us here. I should have. Might have wanted to wait. I think it's active right now. Oh well. If I dies, I dies. Oh no! There's no going back. I'm not controlling it. He's fine. Dom! Oh, damn! Yeah, that's a demon. Look, we got a demon here.
I am pure evil. My followers and I were born from the dark magic of the Black Pearl.
Okay.
I am the living epitome of terror and destruction.
Okay.
You don't stand a chance against my forces of decimation.
This voice is annoying as crap. Oh no.
I shall crush and consume.
I mean, that's usually what I do. I usually do the crushing and consuming. Now, so far, like, the shield spell is, like, holding up. This is annoying. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, he's hurting me. Can I keep up with him here? Oh, it's gonna be close. I've got that thing that is supposed to bring me back, the life drop. Do I have to use it manually? I think I have to use it manually. Okay. Maybe I have to have it equipped. Fully out after one cast. It's continually going off is the thing. So it just like it drains all your MP out. And I don't think you can use items to recover. I might be able to. I could be wrong. I'll hit it right at the start, but I don't think I can access items once I'm in the boss fight. I think life drop should bring me back. Oh, geez, that didn't last long at all this time. Okay, so that brought me back, but this ain't gonna that's not gonna fly. Cause like I'm not doing enough damage to him compared to like, yeah. I may have to, is he firing faster this time? It does feel weird. I think I ran out of like spell power a lot faster this time. Which is not great. That'll buy me a little bit of time. It may be relative to like the hits, but review the footage. He was faster. Yeah, it may be a bug. This is on the original hardware, so it's not like, because like the PC version of like the last PC release of the first game had like an FPS issue that if FPS was uncapped, like the final boss would be like insanely fast. Oh yeah, it is. It definitely is faster. Definitely like ripped through my defenses like instantly. Yeah, it's going absolutely wild now. In a way that it wasn't before. I cannot avoid these things. Can I leave? Is my question. Let's go to Magic of Return. It's filled with the thick. We'll go back to Ramia Village. Hold on a second. Someone's ringing my bell here. I'll be back in just a moment. Oh, I'm back. All right, sorry about that. Confirm it is double speed. Yeah, I noticed it's chewing through my shield magic like way faster. I'll make a channel 10, like and subscribe. You better. The check's in the mail. Watch him turn into a robot. Maybe I already have. I am completely equipped. Well, let's go battle some enemies. I mean, my MP can't get any higher, but maybe my stats my strength could go up a little bit, I guess. I don't know how much more powerful I could even get, but there's 2 more levels that I could get here, so. Okay, 2 clips to compare if you want proof. Oh, I don't doubt it at all. I appreciate that, and I will compare. Because it is maddening. Sometimes the secret to the bosses is just to get your level high enough to where the damage doesn't, like, it just can't out-damage you. And in the original game, there is a vampire enemy who transforms into a bunch of bats and tries to fly through you. And those bats individually will do a ton of damage while they fly through you. And in the original game, you can't really like outgrind the bats, like level wise. Like even at the highest level, like you're not powerful enough to just not take any damage from the bats, but you'll take less damage. And then you can only hit the guy when it's down. It's an annoying fight. In this game, if you grind up enough, you can get to a high enough level that the bats cannot damage you, and you could just stand there and take that. Now, I don't think we can get that powerful in this version. I could be wrong, but we only have 2 levels to play with here because we're already level 60, and it could take a while. Can't know that it will take a while. Let's go. I mean, this is where like the highest level enemies are at, I believe. Through this way. In Solomon Main 2. I think this is the highest output. And the last time I was here, we were only getting 4 experience per. Experience per, so it's very difficult to grind up because we need like 5,000 XP at 2 experience per, unless I'm mistaken. No, that's 2. So we need to fight 2,500 enemies here. Maybe if I go down, I don't know if those guys down there offer more or less XP. I gotta find enemies first. Try to find a good spot. I mean, where I was before, they were like, this is not bad. This is very repetitive. I don't know what else to do against this enemy, and I don't know. I don't think there are any tougher opponents because past this point, when we went in there really weren't any enemies in there. I wonder if I can go back to the village, if I could go back and talk to people and be like, oh yeah, your kid's alive. I found them. They're not here. Don't worry about that. This will take forever. But even one level can make a difference. So I still have, as long as I don't have to, I gotta find a rotatree nut again. I think I know where I can find one. Not that it does any good. I should still have my, the life drop, yep. But I can't access like the spells once the fight starts. I can't change spell. I can't access the rotatree to like recover my magic like halfway through the fight. I get to that closest pillar by the stairs. That should be far enough for both of them to recover. Come back, and we slow grind on this. What's up, Jared? You can turn me into a robot as long as I keep my junk. Robot junk. But it would be cold, unfeeling metal or plastic, as the case may be. If you're a full robot, you wouldn't have any of the organic componentry left. And then how useful any of that would be would depend entirely on the level of technology involved. Otherwise, you might be a cyborg, but even that is spotty. Ugh. Is that a better place to grind the last 2 levels? Even just 1 level. I'm just gonna investigate this. Sometimes you get experience by completing quests, but I don't think I'll be able to actually complete any of these. But it's worth a shot to go back and tell people, like, that guy's really hyped. That guy's really excited. Whoa! Okay. I think this was our house. I can't find my daughter anywhere. If you see her, will you please bring her back home? There is at least one reason to go there, although we're gonna lose some of that experience by going back to the village here. Let's go to Goddess's Castle, which should have some decent enemies in it. How much does that cost us? 10? That's rough. There is somewhere in here where I can get that. I think one of these will. I think if we go in here, they'll recover our magic too. You'll hear a very soft and beautiful voice. We are the goddesses of East. Please come forward. Sure. The final battle is near. I have told descendants of the 6 priests to come to the core of the shrine. They are now on their way. We will need all your bravery and might. Please come to the core as soon as you are able. Okay, so they recover it too. It's kind of a pain, but we can't just walk out of here. If I can figure out my way back. Oh, this is much better. They're giving us. Let's see. Much better yields here. Let me change to the thing that will let me recover. All right, this is much better. This will work out a lot better for us. Seven. The weird dudes give us 7. That guy only gives us 3, but this guy gives us 7, which is way better than 2. Both of these are better. Okay. This is my life now. For the next 4,000 experience points, this is where we're at. Yeah, this will go much quicker than the other area. Good enough. Come at me, you fools. Yeah, if both of them show up, it's like 10 at a time per pass here. Which is still, you know, a decent number of enemies, but like we're talking hundreds, not thousands. Still, my thumb's gonna get sore doing this. I hope that like you can actually get through and do some decent damage, like get the power up there and do some decent damage to the boss, because that seemed like one issue is that we weren't damaging him enough, like at least not nearly fast enough to offset the damage we were getting. But also when like his attacks ramped up, like our shield spell just like drained to nothing like immediately, which is crazy. It wouldn't be as bad if you could use like the Rototree nut during the fight. And it is weird that like did I not go in and fight the guy? Because we keep the expensive like 60,000 gold medicine, the life drop that will bring us back on death, which seems kind of necessary. But we didn't keep the Rototree nut. There is an area somewhere around here where there's one on the ground. We'll have to go back around that way anyway, so I'll see if I can find that. I'm not sure where else we go to get that besides like the starting area. I would like to have that just so I can have like as much magic as possible. But it also seems like it doesn't really matter if the shield spell gets drained out like instantly. You know, it seems like, well, that didn't really matter then. Oh boy. This is still like this is still such a drag here. It's fine though. It's fine. We'll get through it. That's what the grind is for. So the next game I'm going to play on the Sunday grind will be after October. I guess I shouldn't say the next game is Sunday grind because I will play something in October. I've got 2 horror-themed RPGs in mind. We'll see how quickly I get through one. If I finish one of them before the end of October, I'll start the next one. One's pretty old and one's moderately newer. But after those, when we return to the non-like thematic ones, I'm gonna start the Final Fantasy series, play the first Final Fantasy game, and then after that I will play the first Fantasy Star game. Because I feel like those are, at least for the era where RPGs started becoming a thing on console, before they like were really blowing up with Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy, and Phantasy Star for Sega. that hits like the big ones, the big numbers. And I don't know what I'll do after that, if I will continue to probably sprinkle in other games from the series with, you know, Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy and Phantasy Star. There's only 4 Phantasy Star games before you get into like Phantasy Star Online and all that, and that's a whole different can of worms. Before I go back to just like oddball RPGs, I got a couple that I'm looking at that I want to make translated carts for. Curious if they remake this game. So they did remake this game. It's been a while. I want to say the last release was like 2010. It is available on PC currently. There are some issues. And it is a remake of the first 2 games. It's under Ys. Is it Ys Archives? It's not Ys Origins, because Ys Origins is a prequel game. Legacy Collection, possibly. You can get it on Steam, and it's like a PSP era remake. Because they had remade it for PC, then they remade it for PSP, and then the version that's currently on PC is like a combination of those games. And it's basically the same game mechanically. It's the same game with newer for the time graphics. No voice acting that I recall. And the first game at least has a rather irritating flaw that you have to use software on your computer to lock the frame rate down at 60 FPS. Otherwise, the final boss is unbeatable, practically. Everything else in the game is fine. Like, nothing in the game will give you trouble except for that last boss in the first game. And I don't think it affects the second game at all. So it's just something that kind of shows its age. It's interesting that they haven't gone back and redone more of these. They have remade other ones, because after a while, like, there's a weird split in the Ys games after the third game where different companies were producing Ys games on different consoles, and the different versions were not always straight translations of each other. Like, especially the Hudson made ones really went in some different directions. So there's some significant differences between the different versions of Ys 5, I want to say. And Shining Force. Shining Force is a good series. Since a lot of these classic series have kind of been left by the wayside. Now they have produced newer Ys games. Falcom has not abandoned it. I wouldn't say it doesn't get as much attention as like the Legend of Heroes, but it is like a smaller series that never really took off as big in the US, because the biggest US releases were for the TurboGrafx, which was not very successful here. It does have a following. I don't think it is as popular. But it is a classic Falcom series, a classic for Falcom, so I'm sure they will eventually go back and like do more modern remakes. But it's kind of like the Resident Evil scenario where like Resident Evil 1 has a remake. It's just that the Resident Evil 1 remake came out on GameCube. So at this point, it is old enough that people want another remake. And the best they got was like a high-def remaster, which released on like, Switch and other, PC, other consoles. But it wasn't like a full remake. It didn't get like another remake. And that was made long before the RE2 and RE3 remakes. So every time like a new Resident Evil game comes out, they start talking about like, what are they going to remake next? What's next? And a lot of people go back to, they should do a remake of the first one again. And I think that's a very funny place to be, where enough time has passed that they need to remake the remake. And it makes me wonder if like 10 years from now, will people be asking for a Resident Evil 2 remake? Lunar. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really hear much about the re-release of the Lunar series. They just did like the remasters of those. Came out not too long ago. I didn't hear a ton about that. So I don't know how good or bad of a job they did. It's kind of like the Pixel remasters they did for Final Fantasy. I think they're fine, and I think it does a lot to make it easier for people who aren't into like the hardcore old school RPGs to check them out and get like the story and have a good time with them. I prefer the originals, but I know that's not everyone's cup of tea, so I'm glad that there's like a version you can get out there that does a pretty good job of keeping true to the original graphics, but redoing them in certain ways. Humans redoing things for as long as we exist. Well, remakes and remasters are very popular with game publishers. It's not to say that they don't cost a thing, right? But I think that they are cheaper, possibly, and definitely like a lower risk than doing new games. And I think especially for companies that have like shareholders, it seems like remakes are a hot thing now, and it seems like a safe bet. And shareholders like it when you do things that, you know, corporate speak, leverage your existing IP, you know. But I play old games on the old hardware, so like remakes have limited utility or interest for me, for my personal video game playing. But I do think they're interesting. Like, I don't particularly like them, or I'm not particularly interested in them personally, but I think that they serve a very good purpose for a lot of new players to have access to them on modern hardware, because not everyone's going to run out and buy like a PC Engine CD or TurboGrafx CD to play this. That was Bezos or Muskrich. I would be financing so many games from series over the years. Yeah, I mean, I would be like, I would want to get at like Hudson stuff. I would want to revive Hudson, but I worry that a lot of the people that made Hudson or people who made like Human Entertainment Human, who did really interesting stuff, have all moved on to other companies or just moved out of the industry entirely. I mean, I hope they're successful and satisfied with their careers, but I think that is one of like the biggest bummers when I read about old game companies or old game devs, to find out people are like, yeah, I mean, the pay kind of sucked, so I left and I went into real estate, or I became like a, you know, an auto mechanic, or I just work in, you know, general software development now and get more money instead of working in democracy. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a lot of better ways to spend your money, and not even like for the benefit of all humanity. Like, no, you can be 100% selfish and just buy dumb stuff that doesn't wreck it for everyone else. And then, unless, I guess that's the point. Just Panasan. I see that name a lot. I have no idea who that person is. It's like an avenue of the streamosphere that I pay zero attention to. Occasionally I'll see stuff pop up, like some headline, and I'm just like, eh. We're halfway there. We're halfway to level 61. More than halfway there. Slowly attaining it. The main thing is crying about Asmongold, asking people to men people disagrees with. Yeah, there's unfortunately, like, I find it very unfortunate that a lot of the like personality driven streamosphere seems to be driven by the worst people. And every time I see clips from a lot of these people, I'm like, are people watching because they agree with them? Or are people watching because, like, they want to see like how bad is this gonna get. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you laughing with them or are you laughing at them, kind of thing? But also, I just see a lot of people espousing these views, and like, this is why I don't talk a lot about that stuff. I'm not like that super knowledgeable about those things. My opinion shouldn't be trusted. And I see people talk out there who fashion themselves as some sort of commentator, and it's like, you don't really seem to know what you're talking about. It's like Joe Rogan. No disrespect to like the Joe Rogan fans, but like, you see some of his reactions to stuff and it's like, I never realized the sky was blue, kind of like, wow, that blew my mind. Like, what is, does this guy not know anything? I feel like someone could come on there and claim that like cars are actually elephants in armor, and he would be like, wow, I didn't know that. That's really interesting stuff. That was definitely bots and foreign viewers. All that stuff is weird. It makes a lot more sense when you consider, like, for a lot of the financial end of streaming, where a lot of the people pursuing money from it, like, the bigger game is like a weird shell game where, like, you need to convince sponsorships where the real money is that you're much bigger than you are. And then suddenly it makes a lot more sense why they would have, like, why you might want to have a bunch of botted viewers. Because I'm just doing this for conversation. I'm just doing this to chat with people and share some games I enjoy. And so, like, having bots view me is, like, utterly useless. It's like, they're not gonna talk to me. I'd be terrified if they did. They would just spam my chat with emojis and Joe, and then I'd have to kick them out. Joe Smooth Brain Rogan. I mean, Joe Rogan's a comedian, right? But like, that's how I'll always view him. And I don't want like world policy views from him on this. Now, even that's kind of, because there are some comedians who are like, they're very intelligent, knowledgeable, and I might listen to their views, but like, I don't know, it just my impression of him is that he has people on that make fantastical claims that he doesn't challenge at all. I don't know. He's a podcaster. Yeah, even that's like, as weird as this sounds, because podcasting was never like a mark of like, oh, they're a podcaster. That's practically a journalist. Like, well, no, not actually. But even that's been diluted so much. Like, over the last several years, we had a lot of celebrities enter that space and kind of force out smaller creators by soaking up all of like the Spotify money for stuff. And then just essentially make like 10 million podcasts that are all the same thing. Oh, you're grateful for that. Grateful for you doing this company, sharing old games. Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I know I pick some oddball stuff sometimes. You know, the greatest tragedy in recent years, gaming-wise for me, is that I cannot find another game that matches the goofy weirdness of Employee of the Month. And I wish I could force myself to forget that game's existence and discover it fresh again. I kind of just want to play that every year, but I don't know how on board people would be. I think if I could squeeze that into a non-regular time slot, just because like that's one of the few games like I would play that again, even though I already know what's going on. Like, it's so goofy and weird. Doing this for fun, right on. That's like, I don't foresee this like try to be realistic about it. I don't see like, yeah, I'm kind of terrified of, you think about like the amount of viewership that you need to be able to draw in like memberships, donos, or ad revenue to be like financially viable is like a terrifying number. It's a chat that I feel like I could barely keep up with. A Gentile episode of Joe Rogan. Okay, from the Y-Files. I'm not familiar with that. Good for clips of this if you added Benny Hill music. Yep. These are the kind of sections like the real grind that like if you don't have something to take your mind off of it, like you will go insane. Not all games that involve grinding are this severe. And I said I enjoy the combat in this, but when you are just repeatedly doing it, like it's not very like, oh boy. Although occasionally I start to get pushback from these guys and I get a little scared. God, you gotta double views if it make that money. I'd be honest, like the only interest I have in seeing some financial gain from doing this is that it would enable me to continue to pay stupid amounts of money for old games and consoles. Just so I could grab like some of the more ridiculous priced games. What I am setting aside my pennies for now is a legit copy of Mega Man X3. And that's one of the reasons I haven't started playing the Mega Man X series, is because I want to get the real actual carts. And unfortunately, they are kind of ridiculously expensive. The first one's not bad. The second one's a little bit worse. Well, it's worse. I think it's too expensive. And the third one is definitely overpriced. I want to be able to contribute financially entertainment you give me. Just hanging out with me is enough. Chatting sometimes is a nice extra benefit, but just knowing that people enjoy hanging out here is like, that's all the satisfaction that I need. I think, I don't know, last I checked it was like at like 352 on the subs. I'm more excited about like, as far as like the sub count, reaching 500 subs so that I can actually make use of like the automatic redirect in YouTube, so that when my stream ends, I can just kind of forcibly shuffle the traffic off to another stream to show off somebody else. Because I think you'll see more viewers actually like go check out the other stream if it just kind of automatically, because sometimes people like step away and you end stream and they come back and it's just over and they might not see the link or click on it. A copy of Storage X3. Maybe I'll send your way. Ooh. Yeah, because I got X and X2. So the thing is, I have the Mega Man Legacy Collection in a couple formats, and I didn't think they did a bad job, but I really want to play everything that I can on original hardware. And I have a flash cart that can emulate those games on Super Nintendo hardware, but X2 and X3 have a particular enhancement chip on them that is not always properly emulated. And I found ways to improve the emulation on it. It has to do with like the speed, like it doesn't get the clock speed right. And I don't honestly know how much that impacts the actual gameplay. Because the one way you can view like how it's changing things is to watch a demo mode on either X2 or X3, I forget which one. And like it's a scripted fight, but if the clock speed is wrong, then Mega Man X will miss some of the jumps and end up dying, whereas he's not supposed to die. And it's really weird because it looks totally normal, but like when you see like the actual hardware, like, oh, he's like, this is a scripted thing, but it's actually like playing the game. It's not like a recording. And so it's supposed to, it has pre-programmed routines where it like jumps over and makes these shots. And if the clock speed on the enhancement chip isn't right, it fails that. Now, again, I don't know how much that actually impacts like real gameplay, how much it would even be noticed. But it's enough knowing that's there that I'm like, oh man. Plus, I like to own the games. Get that P.O. box so I can send you money. I have a big old bucket of blood. Not that I think anyone's like hot to trot to figure out where I'm living at, but like, have you ever seen that with like stories of like other like streamers that have like P.O. boxes for stuff and then finding like air tags concealed within the stuff? Like that's really troubling to me. But I think that probably, maybe I'm wrong, but I think that probably more largely affects the female streamers. Then someplace it rains. Oh no, I've said too much. It is funny how like that does narrow it down. However small, it feels like every amount you could narrow down. Like, well, he's not in the middle of the ocean because he mentions land. Oh shit! Ain't no grass out in sea. Was my intention? Oh, I should certainly hope not. It's weird that you'd say that. No, I'm not really worried about that. It's just not something I've bothered to really look into. It's something that this all sounds like real cheapskatey, but like I wouldn't look into it until I was in a position where there was some money coming in. Just because it costs money to operate that, and if I don't need it otherwise, or if I did need it for other business purposes, it would make a lot more sense. But no, I'm happy where things are at now. I would feel weird, and I'd probably always feel weird if I had like a dono thing up there, like, oh, I have some money. But sometimes, you know, I'm eyeballing this stuff, and it's like, this would make a lot more sense for me to spend this money if I actually made money from doing this. But it is, even offline, it's still my hobby. And like, spent quite a bit on like the scaling hardware, and like spent quite a bit of time like trying to keep the systems like repaired and operational. And most of the time, it's like fairly inexpensive capacitor kits and minor electronic repair. That's just a matter of time. But sometimes you end up having to like juggle through like 3 or 4 moderately expensive systems to find one that is like fully, completely working. Although it's been a while since I've had to deal with that. But I also like, I have some extra consoles where I'm like I have 2 GameCubes because I had 2 different like ODE solutions I wanted to check out. And so I fully have like 2 different GameCubes set up for that. Now, they are otherwise identical. Well, I shouldn't say that. So the weird thing with GameCubes, they're both Japanese GameCubes, right? But the region select on the GameCube is just a solder pad on the motherboard. So you can take a Japanese or American GameCube and just like shift a solder blob on the board to change it between JP region or US region. And that determines what game it can play, but also what language the menu is in. Right. Well, so one of them has been wired up to be U.S. region, so everything's in English, and it will play normal U.S. games without anything additional. The other one is still in Japanese mode, so if I ever have to go into the GameCube's menu to like change the clock or anything, everything is in Japanese. So I have as well. So I have my orange spice console. Yeah. I don't have the orange spice. I was not willing to pay more for it, but I did think it was very cool. I have thought about getting another case for one of them. Oh, we made it. All right, we're up one level. Now they've dropped down to 3 XP. Where are we at? So we actually need slightly less XP to hit max level. Slightly less. We don't need a full 5,000 experience. We only need 4,999. And if we're getting 3 experience per, that's 1,666. It's close. It's close enough. I'm gonna run over a little bit today. I think I can do it. I may need to take another break to refresh my beverage. Let me see if I can find a safe location to stand here. Okay, this looks safe. Because I do want to save just in case. Yeah, this is good because I can just get back there. It's fine. Where'd the other guy go? There, I just leave. We're not getting Wizard Man anymore. There's the Wizard Man. Wizard Man Ant's just like, he's probably only giving us 1 now. Still faster than Hydlide. Yeah, Hydlide was nuts. Hydlide was crazy trying to get grinding up levels. Hydlide has a very weird balance where enemies go from like super life-threatening to like pushovers, but also they go from giving like decent experience to nothing. I feel like finishing like that final fight was like such wild luck to just be able to beat them. I spent so much time just hiding, trying to recover. I really enjoyed Hydlide, but Hydlide is like such a, it's so primitive. It's such a primitive version of this same style of game, of the action RPG. But what I liked with Hydlide was that the combat like this was only part of it, and that a lot of it was like puzzle based and like sorting out oddball stuff like, oh, what you got to do is you got to kill one of these guys, like 3 of these guys in this cave, and then a chest appears on this part of the screen. And I love that because that's like a lot of like early Zelda stuff that's just like experiment, try different things, throw bombs all over the place, see what you can find. And there's still some games that have that, but it's a very different type of game like that these days. I think that's why I like Breath of the Wild so much. I know a lot of people really disliked it, but I enjoyed like, what's up there? Can I climb that? What happens if I climb that? That's a weird looking bunch of rocks. Can I do something with that? That's an interesting thing this weapon does. Can I combine this with something else? I can pause time and whack these rocks. What if I'm standing on the rock when time refreshes? Can I fly through the air? Turns out you can. But then I talk to people, like I talked to a friend of mine and I was talking about like all the stuff I'd find just climbing every random mountain and outcropping I found. It was my favorite thing, was just to climb to the top of anything I could find. And I said, you find anything cool? He said, Well, no, because every time I try to climb, it starts raining and I just fall off. So I really haven't been climbing ever. Like, oh, I think maybe that accounts for some, but not all, because there are complaints that didn't bother me, but I view as legitimate complaints, like the weapon durability. I was fine with it, but I completely understand if you really hate that, you're not gonna gel well with that game, because you're gonna have to deal with that constantly. But there's a lot of other things people talked about that was just like, huh, you know, I didn't notice the rain that much, and so it didn't really put me off. But I would have a very different opinion of this game if every time I try to climb up to check something out, it rained and I fell. I don't think I would like it very much then either. Get out of here, wizard. I'm kind of... I won't regret it. I will have no regrets at the end of this game. But I will find it a little bit odd. And it is only 2 levels. It can make a big difference. If attaining these last 2 levels turn the end boss to like, oh god, please let me kill him before these rocks bust me up. If it turns into like a real cakewalk, I will have some real questions about the math. I never checked my status. 251. So about the only thing that can go up is my strength. It's like, that's it. It's the only thing that can go higher is my strength can go up by a few points. But given like a lot of fights, it seemed like 1 level made a world of difference. Maybe that's enough. Oh. I find it weird that I don't play video games if I'm not streaming. I play very few games if I'm not streaming. And even before I started streaming, from going back to when I was doing edited YouTube content, even after I had stopped, I always thought about coming back to it. And I found it very difficult to play games because I always felt like if I'm going to play this, like I should save this for when I'm recording. And then later I should save this for streaming. But I do still check stuff out. And a lot of times it's games that I'm like, I like this game and I think people would enjoy it, but it doesn't really fit the vibe of my channel, which I do break from time to time to play. Like RoboCop is not an old game and I played through that and the expansion, but it is at least like a retro property. There are certain things I will break that for. But I try and keep at least like thematically on point with like it's retro or retro themed things. But occasionally I'll check some other stuff out. But I like going through games blind on stream. I like hitting more authentic reactions and things. And sometimes if I play a game that I've already played and remember all of on stream, it feels like when you get together with a group of friends and try and show each other YouTube videos and nobody's laughing at the videos you're showing them. And I get that kind of feeling if I'm playing a game, like, oh, this next part, you got to watch this next part. Well, I'm trying to like play the game on there. The flip side is Pokemon is a cheat code. People love Pokemon. I haven't played Pokemon in a long time. I bought Arceus, did not play it. I got Sword and Shield, played a little bit, wasn't feeling it. I don't think I even finished Let's Go Pikachu. I think I got the Eevee version. I forget. I was enjoying it. But I think I got Pokemon out because I got really into it with when the Ruby and Sapphire, Mega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire, when those came out. I spent a lot of time going through those games and X and Y in order to complete the Pokédex, like completely between all 4 of those games. And then I built a machine to automatically breed and hatch eggs for me in order to get shiny Pokemon. It also could fish. And it would know if basically it would just sit there and fish, and it could tell if the Pokemon was shiny or not. And if it was shiny, it would try to catch it. So I ended up with like quite a few shiny water-based Pokemon that you could catch with fishing. I even had a webcam pointed to it with software running on the computer where it could tell the computer when I caught a shiny Pokemon, and it would take a picture and put it in a photo sharing account, and I'd get a notification on my phone. So there are days at work where I'd get these notifications from my automated Pokemon machine telling me it had hatched a shiny Ghastly. Which of the type to become a Pokemon villain team leader. Oh, absolutely. I would be like leading the industry of like, we should be using the Pokemon, like we should be harvesting their bodies for necessary medicines to cure humanity and turn us into superhumans. And also we should use them as labor to construct a perfect utopia for ourselves. But the Pokemon don't get to be a part of it. Except for my Pokemon. My Pokemon are special. But everyone else's Pokemon just have to become, you know, grease for the wheels of progress. And then I would probably be like the first human who was killed by Pokemon. Celestial Dragon Jump. Well, I wouldn't say I'm that bad. Of course, that's what all villains say. All villains are like, I'm not actually that evil if you think about it. While they're like strangling a puppy with a child's entrails. No, this is justified. Trust me. I have a good reason for doing this. You just don't see it. You just lack my vision. I'm not saying I do those things. I'm just saying, like, definitely don't do those things. I could never hurt a puppy. Love dogs. I guess kids are okay too. That's kind of, you're kind of crossing a line. You mess with the children. Would your villain team name be? I would be like a corporation. My villain team name would be Jumington Dynamics, and it would be one of those like twists that's really predictable. That like Jumington Dynamics is working to make the world a better place, and then later, and like coincidentally, there's a group of people abducting Pokemon, and we don't know what the story is. It's like, well, Jumington Dynamics has generously offered to help fund efforts to recover these Pokemon. Jumco rival to Silpco, yeah. I don't know how much like the Pokemon assorted equipment costs to manufacture, like Pokeballs and so forth, or the various sprays. You know, whoever runs that company is either losing their shirt on a daily basis or just rolling in money, and there is no in between. They're either losing money on every sale because they're some kind of crazy, or they're like just, it wouldn't matter like how much profit. If they make any profit off of Pokeballs, they would make so much money. Pokemon relocation camps. The reforestation efforts. I need a reforestation effort around my hazardous facility here. We had to well, basically burn off a lot of the land around here to stave off a particular hazardous material spill. Allegedly, investigation ongoing. But we're very committed to keeping the area clean, and sometimes that means very, very hot fires to burn off contaminants. And it turns out that the various species of owls that lived around here were not really well suited for flames, which came as a surprise to us. Like printers and cartridges, balls cost lots of money. The Pokemon storage is cheap, or the reverse. Yeah, I mean, you don't really pay for Pokemon storage, do you? Like, that's just like a giveaway. It's like the free cloud storage you get from like Microsoft or Dropbox or whoever. unfortunately. You made only one sub so far this year. There's one more sub. And then Pirate Software. Oof. I always had, I don't want to be one of those people that's like, I always knew something was up with that guy. I remember when his shorts first started blowing up and I would see him all over the place. And like the first couple times I watched this stuff and I saw his page that had a bunch of resources that were very encouraging of like, look, like the best thing you can do if you want to make games is just like pick something and run with it. Pick some engine, pick some coding, just like go get started. That's the most important thing. And I was like, I like this view. But then the more I listen to him, more it's like, geez, this guy's pretty smarmy. And I hope I don't do this a lot because I'm always afraid I do stuff like this. But like, anytime you get explanations for something that like, it's something very complicated that's very dumbed down or oversimplified and followed with some statement like, it's just that easy. It's just that simple. Like describing rocket science and ending with, it's not exactly rocket science, but it is literally rocket science. What's up with Pirate Software? I'm out of the loop. Pirate Software is a guy who, here's the joke. He used to work for Blizzard. And you know that because he mentions it all the time, apparently. And I know, like, several of his shorts or video clips that he put up are him mentioning his time working at Blizzard. And he like was developing this game. I think he's still actively developing it. It seems more like he's got getting more from streaming than he is from developing this game, and he may never finish it. And a lot of the things he talks about, like coding wise, like, the game doesn't really hold up. I don't know. It seems like he's a guy that's a lot of talks real big and doesn't back it up that much. But he got people really pissed off by, I don't know if he'd say opposition so much, skepticism perhaps, about the Stop Killing Games initiative that was going on in Europe. That I honestly don't, I think it's important to advocate for consumer rights in that area, but I also don't think that, I don't think even if it goes through, I don't think it's going to get the result that people are hoping for, because I think the most realistic result is if suddenly companies are required to provide continued support in some form, if it has any cost to them, they're just going to stop producing that product. Or they're going to find some loophole to get around it. I'm just very cynical about that. But I still think it's important to advocate for that stuff and to like put forth the fight. He did not, I guess. And just had very snarky responses to it. There's a lot more. Pirate Software's never wrong, although he's never right. Yeah, he seems like somebody that would be aggravating to deal with. I don't know. I've never met the guy. I just know like clips and streams that I have seen bits and pieces. I had a teacher like that in junior high. Students keyed his car a lot and insult the intelligence of the students constantly on with other bad habits. Yeah, why would you become an educator just to like insult someone's intelligence? Isn't that your job? I know like you can't just teach like raw intelligence, but like after a certain point, I feel like most people have had a teacher like this at some point in their life that was just like, your job is to teach us this material, and if nobody in the class is getting this material, there's got to be something wrong with the teaching. Seems more believable to me than everybody is just too dumb to get it. Gotta go to bed. Good to have you back. It's good to be back. I appreciate you coming by. I appreciate you keeping the hype up for Henmo. Get a good night's sleep, and I will catch you on the next one. I had 2 to 3 teachers like that. Yeah, I think teaching is very hard. I will say this. Teaching, particularly like in the K through 12s, is difficult, and I feel like it just gets harder and in a more challenging environment with every passing year for a lot of reasons. And I think there are a lot of people who just get completely like burnt out after a while. But I think you can find that in any career. Like someone goes into something either just because it's a job and it pays, or they go into something because they have a real actual passion for it, and then the system just crushes the life out of them. It's hard. They get less respect as time goes on. Yeah. Bigger classes, less teachers, more weird funding issues, restrictions on things. You got to be afraid of like, you want to connect with your students to improve the educational environment, but you have to be very wary about how you interact with all students, lest you get accusations. Man, who was the lunch lady at school, an hour away from me, told me how they go through so many teachers. Yeah, it doesn't pay well. It doesn't pay well for most. And it's not very well respected. And they're not, the education system has a lot of issues by people who are very worried about the funding, imposing a lot of weird restrictions on stuff and trying to build systems that are like the standardized testing, right? We need standardized testing to assess this, and this will assess whether you get funding or not. And you're already short on funding and short on staff, and so naturally what happens is you teach the standardized test, not the material. You're just teaching them how to pass the test, which doesn't do them much good. Wow, that many of them have to buy supplies with their own money. Oh, that is learning that was just like, it was really eye-opening, but just horrifying. Like, why are we at this state? How could things get to this point? It's ridiculous. 30% quit in the first few months, another 30 in the first year, 10 to 15 next year. Yeah. Also, some politicians, like a big one in the state, giving funds to charter schools, private institutions. Average kids can go there. Yeah, I think that's a real sticky issue, because on the surface, it's like a school choice issue. But the result is that instead of making the public good for all people, you're taking money out of the public good, which makes it worse, so that it can go to for-profit industries. And the thing with a lot of the charter schools and for-profit schools, private schools, is that they can claim to have a much better track record of success with students because they can just kick out someone who doesn't perform well enough. And a public school can't really do that. And so if someone's bringing their numbers down, they can just throw them out. They have people passionate enough to want to go into the field to even try. Yeah. But the danger is if you reach a point where like all those people are just like, I can't live like this anymore, or this has gotten too bad. This happens in any industry. You need passionate people to make any industry truly effective. And if you make it so bad that the people who desperately want to be there are no longer showing up, it doesn't matter like what else you do. If the people whose like passion is doing that thing are like, no, that's it, I'm not doing this anymore, you're turning fine dining into like the worst McDonald's dredge. Yeah, I generally like, I dislike the idea of, because that's the way a lot of stuff happens, where like, how can we take this public resource that is publicly funded and direct some of that money into a for-profit area that will increase the costs and generally worsen outcomes for the people paying for it? until eventually you get to a point where only the people with the means are able to afford an education. And I think that's very wrong. I think education, at least at the K through 12 level, should be open to everyone. First cousin teacher and told me our school is funding but no teachers. More affluent area, the richer schools can pay 20 30K more, so they have teacher shortages. Yep. Yeah, you'll find similar issues in the medical industry where bigger for-profit hospitals and medical facilities can outspend and drag away people from other areas, but you can find yourself in a situation where like you've bounced everybody so far out of your area that like everyone's short on nursing staff and doctors. That's something I dealt with my mom that was a huge headache for her, that her doctors kept leaving her the medical facility where she was getting ongoing treatment for stuff, but she kept losing her doctors because they would leave to go to a different company. It seemed like every other year, like someone who was vital for like big time care was just gone. Best friend that left for a $35,000 pay bump. Yeah, I mean, how can you turn that down if like your work environment is being made terrible and you're stretched thin, and you have an opportunity to work somewhere else that, even if it's not better, pays more, because you're always going to need more money in life. How are you gonna turn that down? Say because cares to the kids too much to leave. And see, that's the worst, because the people like that are like, they end up being the backbone upon which the whole thing rests, and they'll just get broken by it. Their schools continue to decay. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff in the public good, and like it just. But it's a complicated system, and unfortunately a lot of the way things are constructed in this country, people don't have the patience for complicated solutions, or the people who make the solutions need something that works short term because they need to look good short term. Right? Because it's politically expedient to get something done before the next election cycle, which often means they're sacrificing long-term success for short-term appearance of success. We are into this problem. There was a system, I can't remember what it's called, that was created by somebody who carefully analyzed like crime statistics and constructed this system to better enable law enforcement to actually address issues in the community, to actually address and meaningfully affect things, meaningfully impact crime rates, and improve the way things were handled. And then it got popular, and it just became a quota system, where it was no longer about showing meaningful change. It was just about making sure you put enough tickets out in a month. And like that just makes things worse, because it doesn't actually meaningfully address real issues in communities, but it actively antagonizes by forcing the law enforcement officers to have to drum up crimes to write tickets for just to hit their numbers. Decided we need a benevolent dictator. Not myself. Count on your support. I can support no dictator. I know enough to know that even the most benevolent of dictators will turn. Power corrupts. And absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. Whereas the people who work retail often make more than first responders. They make more than EMTs. Turnover on ambulance drivers insane due to low payout and burn. Yeah. Isn't it crazy to think about like how many people we absolutely depend on? Like, you desperately need someone who is committed to the job, and that person should be able to earn a living, like an actual living wage at that. Like, nah, we'll just contract it, no benefits, part-time. We'll use every dirty trick in the book to avoid paying them anything decent. It doesn't matter if they live. Somebody will do it. Meanwhile, if you've ever had to ride an ambulance, like the cost to you, the health payer, is like pretty damn high. Every ambulance driver is crazy. Yeah. What did one time? I can't think of any example where in history or even in fiction. I mean, fiction is fairly predictable where like anytime someone's like, that's what I'm taking over, you just need to put everything in my charge. Like it always goes sour. Something always goes wrong. Because, you know, it's just people. People are people. Human nature will always bear out in the worst possible way in that scenario. That's why you have to have systems of checks and balances. But even that can turn rotten if it all turns on the dime of a large group of people with very poor short-term memories. But I feel like a lot of that goes back to education, in case we can make for that as well. My thumb's getting real sore. Just strolling back and forth here. But we're slowly getting closer. We only need 3,330 more points. Figure out how to maximize my gains on this. We'll walk all the way over this way. Oh, he's right on my back. Two of those guys. The wizard is important to add like an extra layer there. It's also important to like actually kill all of them before heading back, because if you don't, you're just kind of wasting it. Bring back Taco Tuesdays. Taco Tuesday will be replaced by Pizza Thursday. It's kind of I feel kind of bad to reference it now because the man has since passed away, but Mike Tyson was in a video parodying Herman Cain's presidential bid. So is Mike Tyson playing Herman Cain. It was one of his bids. Taco Tuesdays will be replaced by Pizza Thursdays. I think that's either college humor or Funny or Die. Jump for world leader. You can trust me. I'll only do the good things. Nobody look in my refrigerator. There's nothing to see there. Politicize the rich. I mean, I'm not an advocate for AI, but I am gonna say, like, there's a very well-paid class of people that could easily be replaced by a useless chatbot. So, like, if you really want to save some money in your organization, you could replace a lot of middle management with a chat bot that's always wrong, because it won't be different than the human, but it will be a lot cheaper. You'll save a lot of money on that. I mean, but the same can be said for layoffs. Like, you should start like chipping away some of those layers of overpriced leadership. Just keep taking some of that away and see what breaks. I guarantee you could probably, in most organizations, take out more managers without harming the workflow than you could actual workers. I mean, that's my very worker-centric view, my very anti-management view. Not all of them, because some of them do a good job, and some of them are necessary, believe it or not. Some of them actually serve a function and a use, but a lot of them don't. That's fine. We can train them for other jobs. They can sweep the floors of the data center. Isn't that the hot thing to just tell people, like, we'll just retrain them all for new jobs that don't exist? Some cheaper morale will skyrocket. But can the AI, can it order a pizza? Can the AI order pizzas to keep your workers happy? That's the big question. And will the AI order an appropriate amount of pizzas? Or will the AI order too many pizzas and thus cost the company in the long run? Those are the important factors. I heard some story about somebody setting up like an AI-powered vending machine. And I think it was just like a simulation. I don't think they actually like built the machine, but they let it operate for a while. And it was like, it quickly went bankrupt because it was giving people stuff away for free. It could easily be tricked to just like give people things for free or give people money. Like, it couldn't handle basic math to even account for like how much money it had. So my company had to downsize so the Excel middle management things carry on as they were before. Yeah, see, it's crazy how that works. It's crazy how, like, when you're trying to save money, you've got like $1 million worth of six-figure salaries, and then like $100,000 of, you know, much lower salaries, and they're like, what if we cut all of that? We could cut the guy with 2 houses, or we could cut the guy who barely affords to rent a 1-bedroom apartment. Those kind of things are always just goofy to me. It's like, I need to save some money in my budget. Do I cut out the caviar, or do I cut out the 50 cents I pay, you know, for, I don't, I can't even think of something. Do I stop buying like nutritionless caviar, or do I stop buying the much cheaper but much more necessary for my survival, I don't know, bread? Let's just get rid of the bread. Can live on pate. It's like that kind of logic. I'm gonna stop buying food so I can continue to afford all of these silver polish I need for my various silver accoutrements. I forget when management at old job we're all set us up as fall guys for the bosses. There's too much evidence so both got toppled. Nice. I will say at least this, for a section like this, like, the music is really good. You need really good music in a section. If you have an RPG where you're going to hear the same battle music over and over again, it better be fantastic. That's why RPGs, most JRPGs have really good fight music, because you're going to hear it a lot. And if that music sucks, people are not going to keep playing your game, and they're not going to tell people to buy the game, and they're not going to buy the next one. You could have some real slog combat and real like grind heavy, just like painfully grindy gameplay. And you put like a sick soundtrack on that, and people are like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of taken a while, but like this music rocks. A handful of those under managers, team leaders didn't get caught up in it. Yeah, that's nuts. I remember we went through like a shakeup. We got new upper management, the place I was working at. And you know, I worked in IT, and this was an individual who had experience in IT, at least enough to know when they were being snowballed by the management. And it was very straight with them and told them, like, don't try and pull one over on me. Like, I'll know. Like, just be straight with me. And, you know, the first time some like big incident happened, like the person just tried to do what they had always done and like feed him a line of bull, and he saw right through it and fired him. Like, no, I told you. It may not have been the first time. He may have given him more chances than that, but like eventually it caught up. It caught up with all of them, like all of the management that was there at the time. Sooner or later, they all got like found out that like they really probably shouldn't have been in those positions, and they probably weren't really contributing that much. And I'm not exactly out here rooting for people to be like driven to the streets and homeless, but like I think there's just a lot of people who get, what do they call it, the Peter principle, where people get promoted past their ability. People are just with the place for a long time and just kind of fail upward. Look at this, we're only 2,700 points away. Why, just a few minutes ago, we were 3,300 points away. So that's, you know, it's progress right there. I don't know why I blocked that. I don't find anything objectionable in that statement flash. Primary example, that was our section chief's middle manager, was his mistress. There's a saying you used to live by that I think people have forgotten over time, and that is, don't dip your pen in the company ink. Now maybe people stop listening to it because we don't exactly work with like ink wells and pens you gotta dip anymore, but I think it still stands pretty true. Quit censoring us. We know our rights. In here, you have no rights. I wish I could quit. I like to think I have fairly forgiving standards for what gets through here. YouTube, on the other hand, I am still too hesitant to completely turn off like all of the auto mod, even though more than half the time what it blocks is ridiculous. But it's offset by the fact that sometimes the things that I look over and see it's blocking are like, oh yeah, you absolutely should prevent that from going through. And it's stuff that like on occasion is bad enough that it's like, this was worth, I would rather capture 100 free chats than let one vile villain chat through. Is how it feels, because it seems like that's exactly what's happening. Made the mistake of dating a coworker once. Learned that lesson the hard way. Yeah. Always separate your business and pleasure, because things can turn real ugly. And then it's not just like a relationship you're out of. You could be out of a job. You could have serious reputational damage that follows your entire career path. It's best to just not do it. forget the guy's sister came, called her while he was kissing her in the office. His wife came and fought her. Pulled her hair extensions. Oh my God. Yeah, I've only seen like a few like actual fights between women, and it terrified me. It gets ugly, man. I went around the office telling everyone about my... No, Ryan, no! I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide. Not gonna lie, you had me in the first half. A real moment there. That was beautifully set up and executed there. My kudos to you. Plus the guy was dating a manager's daughter. It was a terrible idea. Ooh, that's like a coin toss right there. Like, I think that's a little bit more like somebody who's like related to somebody you work with. I think it's not automatically a bad idea, but has a lot of bad potential. That is like a we'll use your own best judgment kind of scenario. So that would be my advice. Like, absolutely don't date a coworker, but a coworker's relative, maybe. You might want to draw like more of a line than that. That varies person to person. But when you think about it, like, it would be weird if you dated somebody that like nobody else you knew. You know what I'm saying? Like, if this person was like completely alien and disconnected from everybody else around you, and you never had to worry about like any scenario like, well, we stopped dating and so I can't talk to these people now, or like, you know, there's this whole situation, or things got real ugly and it infected, you know, all these other people. That's kind of unavoidable. It's kind of an unavoidable risk, because the alternative is like a person who has zero friends or only has friends that you don't know and never interact with. That doesn't seem very good. That seems like, depending on your level of you know, self-assurity, depending on how secure you are, I think that would be like a terrifying experience. Overprotect Baba Bear energy every day. Oh no, literally walk up and interrupt me talking to any female coworker. Or I got on with the female, even if I didn't know them. See, that's just a crazy person. or that's somebody who really, really cares about their daughter, who has seen their daughter like make poor choices in men, who just assumes like it's always gonna be that way. I could go either way on that one. Either way, the behavior is awful, but at least on one side of it, like, you can kind of see their perspective. Broke up, so happy she wanted to date somebody else. I felt liberated. We changed interest-wise. Yeah, that happens. Relationships are tough. When you first gain interest in someone, when a relationship is new, there are chemicals released in your brain that will completely mess with you. Because you will overlook so many things. You will completely rewrite your interpretations of reality in order to make this thing like, this makes sense and is good, and I will keep going with this. And then eventually that fades, and there may not actually be anything there past that like excitement of the newness messing with your brain. Came 3 weeks later, like, please take her back. You're so much better than Pete. Yeah. And the bodybuilder, exercise trainer, worked down the street. should accept my hobby was making food out of people's hair. She was so judgmental. See, that's like, you gotta find someone who accepts you for you. I've dated a lot of people who they would make comments that were like, I like you despite who you are, and it was like, well, no, that displeases me. They didn't last long, because I could tell, like, this isn't gonna go anywhere. And it wasn't like a, you know, I can't date somebody who plays video games for 8 hours a day, because at that time I wasn't really doing that. But it was like, your interests better only be my interests, and anything else is weird. You're so weird. Like, I guess this is just gonna go anywhere. Just bad at commitment and being attentive. Yeah, it's tough. A lot of people have trouble with that. I don't think I fare well with that stuff. I think I'm too scatterbrained to maintain good relationships, and so I just don't even put myself out there anymore. I'm satisfied with where I'm at. I quite enjoy it after years of spent like, this is the most important thing. This is the most important detail of my life, is being in this relationship. And then after several years of not being in relationships and thinking about, like, maybe I should date again, it's just like, no, actually, I think I'm happier just doing my thing here and not having to worry about what's going on with somebody else all the time. No, that makes me like a good or a bad person and all, but like, this definitely wouldn't work. Mail order bride. You know what's funny is my mom suggested that quite frequently. I could never tell if she was serious or not. I think she just really wanted more grandchildren. And thankfully, my brother delivered on that front and kind of took all the pressure off of me. Fine with a cat or a dog. Yeah. We are... It has been since April when a storm rolled through and knocked a fence down in the backyard. And we contracted a fence company like immediately after that. And it is now September, and we're just now getting that fence put in. Like, this is how long it has taken them to secure the materials because of all the trade crap going on. And because of that, we haven't gotten another dog. And now, especially with how quiet the house is, like, it sure would be nice. It sure would be nice. Should accept the dancing around the fire, performing voodoo chants, doing dark rituals, the elder gods. Yeah, I mean, you kind of want your partner to be part of that, because that's an important part of your life. And you know, it's okay if you don't see eye to eye on everything, but like the big things, like, you really want to be connected on. You really want to make sure you're both sending your chants to the same elder deity, because nothing's more embarrassing than like finding out you're working for opposing cults. It was nice not speak much English. You could get great success with that, or you could have terrible failure. I had a friend of the family who was in a similar situation. It wasn't quite like a mail order bride, but it was somebody they had met online. It did not work out at all. I felt very bad for the guy. He was a real decent guy, and I think he just got bamboozled. I ended very badly for him. I haven't seen him in ages. There's somebody we knew from a mutual person that my mother and I had both worked with, one of the organizations. I haven't seen or heard from him in ages. I hope he's doing all right. He's a nice guy. class with Great Uncle B. Like to drink, play cards, smoke. She liked a nice, orderly, non-vice house. Broke up when I was a teen. Oh, that'll do it. If you don't have a tolerance for the vices. That's something that my mom would always bring up. She'd always compare me to my great uncle who passed before I was born. I hadn't known. Who was a very stoic individual who was kind of the black sheep of the family and was, I think, 50 before he got married. They said they were very, always talked about it like they're very happy together. And it was kind of like a lot of times she was telling me this story because I think she felt like she needed to help me feel better about being single. Even though every time she'd tell me these stories, like, that's great. Well, I'm not really looking. So, like, I'm fine with that. She told me that story when I was, like, much younger. When I was a lot younger and did not want to be single. And I take away was just like, so what, I gotta wait like another 25, 30 years here? What are you saying? How hopeless of a picture are you painting for me? She truly knew in a good humored way how to take the wind out of your sails. Ah! My eyes off it for a second. Caught me napping. No chat. We are 1,932 points away. We might yet make it. The absolute worst is if I go through all of this and then the final boss is not even a slight bit easier. If we're not doing like at all better, it will be an absolute nightmare. Kaiju raid. How dare you? How dare you? Nah, I'm kidding. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. Thank you for the raid, Kaiju. Let me get the shout out button here. Oh, I hope these work. I haven't touched them in over a month. And it looks good. It's good. Welcome, raiders. I'm Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics. We are on the Sunday grind. 3 times faster. Oh, God, I hope not. I am desperately trying to max level before I fight the end boss again, who apparently just every time I fight him, he seems to be faster. And so it hasn't been going great. How was your stream, Kaiju? What were you streaming tonight? I thought I saw it earlier. What was going on? Oh, were you doing Celeste? More Celeste. Playing Celeste. Oh, nice. I thought you had finished with it, but I think you had just finished that particular part you were going through. You're finished with like the main game and you're doing like all of the, what do they call it? Like the B-sides now, right? Am I right? Or am I thinking of somebody else? I think that's where you're at. I'll have to play that game someday. I keep getting told that. It fills me with dread. I need to get like those old like kung fu training fingerboards out to like toughen my thumb up, so I could stand up to the challenge of it. Just finished core, every other B-side done, all the strawberries except the final one. Ooh, the final strawberry. It'll eat you alive. Yeah. I play a lot of games that'll do that, but I think more modern games like that have developed a particular brand of I don't know if cruelty is too strong of a word. They definitely they have a particular type of challenge that terrifies me. It's a great hate game. Ooh. Honestly, every time we talk about it, struggle to remember, do I own that game? I'm sure I bought it at some point, but I don't remember where. I don't know if it's on the Switch or the PC. I don't think it would be anywhere else. I only buy certain games for PlayStation. And even then, half the time they're on PC, and I'm just left wondering why I didn't just buy it on PC. I will have to play it someday. Don't see it on your Steam. It must be on Switch, unless I'm wrong and I just never got it free there. I know I picked it up at some point. Now I gotta double check again. Is my Switch in here? So because I've run out of shelf space, my Switch dock sits on top of the Xbox 360 under my desk. So unless I crawl under the desk or just blindly reach around with my hand, I can't even tell if the Switch is in here. I don't think it is in here. I think it's hooked up to my TV right now. I was trying to figure out how I could share Hollow Knight, which I also have never played, though I own it, with my nephew so he could check it out on his Switch. And it got too complicated and I just gave up. And he lost interest. When Silk Song came out, he was asking me to buy it for him. Until I started grilling him on it. Have you played Hollow Knight? Are you familiar with this type of game? It's not the type of game you normally play. So let's think about it. He came to me later and said, oh, I heard it's hard. I heard it's really hard. I said, yeah, that's what I've heard. It's oh, I don't know now. Play Hollow Knight, great game. I know. It's on the list. The problem is my list is too huge and covers several decades of games. So it never seems to get smaller. It only seems to grow. For every one game that I finish, I swear 5 games get added to the list. Silk Song feels much harder. That's what I've heard. I know, didn't they just recently patch it to reduce the damage of, I think it was environmental hazards, so that only enemies are doing double damage now? If I can do it, you can. I don't know, that gives me a little too much credit. I am in this game. I am at the end. I have reached the final boss. He kicked my butt, so I came back out to grind. I was 2 levels away from max level. Now I am trying to obtain the max level. The problem is that your XP gains go down as you level, so now the best enemy I could find, the most valuable enemies I could find, only give 3 experience points. And I currently need 1,577 points. So I'm still 500 or so enemies away. Nerf 3 bosses too. That reminds me of Elden Ring when they nerfed Radon. And so there's the people who beat Radon pre-nerf and the people who beat it post-nerf. I don't think it matters personally, but I found that created a weird dichotomy between people when you talk about it, because that would come up a lot at the time. I don't think people talk about that anymore, but that's enough time has passed that there's no way to play it pre-nerf now, so I don't think people are as interested. Oh, we're so close. We're too close to turn back now. But I am extremely curious about what the boss is going to look like if we're already maxed out. It's only 2 levels more than where we are at, so I find it hard to believe it'll make a huge difference. The first time we fought the boss, we used a spell to negate damage, and it lasted a decent amount of time. However, we really weren't doing enough damage to the boss fast enough. And the whole time you're using the spell, your MP is going down, and when your MP runs out, the spell ends. But for some reason, after the boss killed us and we continued and restarted the fight, the boss sped way up, and the spell, my protection spell, ended like immediately, and I would just get annihilated. So I'm wondering if that's gonna still be a thing when I go back this time. Is the boss just going to be like just as bad, or is it just kind of randomly happen or not? Maybe, you know what? You know what changed? After the first time we fought, I took the ring off because I wanted to use the life drop to get like an extra shot at it. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe he sped up because I took that ring off. Maybe that ring added extra protection. But then that means I can't use, I spent 60,000 gold on life drop and I can't use it. If that's true, oh my God. But yeah, I mean, 60,000 down the drain, but like, I'm at max money now. I've got 65,535, which is the maximum amount of money. Still streaming, took a break to watch the new Kamen Rider. Is it Kamen Rider? Kamen Rider? I always goof with the pronunciation. Doom Patrol. There's a new Doom Patrol? I didn't know Doom Patrol came back. I thought the series finished. How's the new Kamen Rider? I've never recovered from this financially. Still watching the original. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I just put the new with like new Doom Patrol. I was excited, like maybe I'm wrong, maybe there is more. New Kamen Rider is fun. I'll have to check it out. I've been meaning to go through and like rewatch the Kamen Rider stuff. There's a couple Blu-rays I gotta pick up before they go out of print from some old like Sentai shows like Space Sheriff Gavin and stuff. Still watching Climatus? Yes! Oh, I love that show. I love the opening theme a lot, but I really enjoy the show. If I have one complaint, it's that the pacing is very quick, and so it seems like it is burning through a plot that could have stretched out much more very quickly. It's not really bad, except that like it's kind of like when you're eating something that's really delicious and you find like, oh, I'm taking too big of bites. I need to take smaller bites to make this last longer. That's kind of how I feel about the show. Like, I wish it was just a little bit slower because I don't want it to be over. But I love the opening theme. There's a particular part where like it kind of click. I don't know if it's really called like the chorus, but like it clicks into like the tempo picks up. And right as like the singer like spits some line out, I swear there's like a gun cocking sound in there that like kicks off the beat. It's such a dumb minor thing, but like I love when a song does that for dramatic effect, I guess. It probably comes from most of the music I listen to is like soundtracks and film score. So like everything is, all my music experience isn't couched in how would this pair with some action scene. But I'm really enjoying the show. I watched the last episode. I just got around to it last night, late last night. What a twist with the secret that the kingdom had. Where's it gonna go now? Because I don't know, is the manga was still going, wasn't it? I could be wrong about that. It really like, man, oh, I didn't mean to like juke that man. I'm trying to kill these mans. I don't remember if it's still, the manga that's based on is still going on or not, or if it's just going to be like the end of some chapter. You know, like some shows, like you'll get through like the first season, the first couple chapters. Like Jujutsu Kaisen felt like this, where you get to a certain point in the show and it seems like, okay, this is like a monster of the week kind of shonen show, and then it's like, oh wait, no, we're just gonna kill everybody off, and it's completely different now. And I put it on hold, but now it sounds like I should catch up. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. I think it has solid, interesting fights. I really likable characters to me. I really like the characters. They're not super developed because the pacing is very quick. But I like it mostly because it is an interesting fantasy show that is not based in video game mechanics. It's not an isekai. It's just a fantasy world. So far, maybe that will change. Maybe that'll be some twist down the road that it's like, actually, it's a computer simulation. I would kind of hate that. But I think it's very good. It just, I feel like they could have slowed it down a lot, and I don't think it would have hurt it. I think they could have stretched this out more. Your opinion is the better theme song, Power Ranger or Kamen Rider? Ooh, so are you talking like the American Power Rangers, like the old school, like go Power Rangers, which is very good in its own right. I really like some of the Kamen Rider themes. There's a lot of different ones though. Cast in the name of God, ye not guilty. I love that Big O theme that sounds like a complete ripoff of Queen's Flash Gordon theme. And I was very disappointed when the Blu-ray, the DVD release did not use that song in the opening. They used a different one. Big O is really interesting because the second season only exists for American audiences because it did not do well in Japan. The only reason they made a second season was for the US audiences because it was popular in the US. And I don't know what that says about like how it ended up, but like I always find that very interesting. Flash. Oh. That's such a can I say that's a good movie? I don't know if it's a very entertaining movie. I really enjoy that movie. My grandfather showed me that movie. He flipped it on because he's from the generation that would have like read like Flash Gordon in the paper and listened to like the radio drama. And he put that on and I was like, what is this? This is mind blowing. Especially the scene where like the Green Warden, where they got to stick their fist in that log to see if a bug will sting them to death. Who? Angular vector of the moon. I was in an antique store the other day with a friend of mine, and I was really tempted by something, and I didn't pick it up. I may go back and buy it, but then I thought like I could probably find this online. It was a stack of audio cassettes that was like an official audio cassette release of the old Shadow radio show. I thought that would be very cool. I forgot to look that up online and see if those on there. I think it'd be the opposite. There's a lot of stuff like that. Sega kind of had that going on where, to my knowledge, like the Mega Drive was not really, like the Genesis was not really successful in Japan. but it was very successful in the US, which is the reason we have like the 32X is because Sega America didn't want to stop selling the Genesis. They didn't want to move to the Saturn. They thought the Genesis they would be more successful with the Genesis, and they wanted a way to upgrade the Genesis to make it more powerful because it was such a hot seller. And that's where like the 32X comes from. But Sega Japan really wanted to push the Saturn. Unfortunately, it was beat out price-wise in a lot of other ways by the PlayStation. I think it's still a very capable system with very wonky, very weird hardware architecture. It's just too damn expensive. So it didn't take off in the US. Did much better in Japan. Dreamcast, I don't think could be regarded as a success anywhere for whatever reason. I think the Dreamcast is a very cool system. It has a lot of cool games on it, but yeah, I think at that point they had burned too many bridges with the Saturn and they couldn't get enough publisher support for it. But yeah, it is weird to find that. It is weird to find like, why would they make a whole nother season? Like, well, it's popular in the US. And I can understand why, like, it was really popular in the US because it was very similar visually to Batman the Animated Series, which was really good and very well done and very popular in the US. And I think that drew a lot of viewers to it running on Toonami. I think that is the reason it was as popular as it was in the US, or at least one of the reasons. And I don't think that show had nearly like the impact in Japan. So I think to them the animation maybe was too westernized. G4 Jump Edition. Oh, we are less than 900 points away. We just crossed 99,000. We just need to get 833 points. Now less. Man Series peak 90s 2000 suit. Yeah. That's such a good show. That was so good that I was surprised they made it. Because I was used to things being a lot less good. Now, I enjoyed the X-Men cartoon, but I also didn't think it was like great. I think it had a lot going for it, but there was a lot in it that was, they really like twisted a lot of stuff in the comics around in a way that I wasn't always a fan of. And I guess Batman did too, but Batman had such a unique like style to it, in that they were consistent with. It was really well written. At least the first season was really good. Night's the best time to be a kid teen. Who I'll die on. Yeah. I mean, I grew up in the 80s, but I was a teen in the 90s, and we had so much good stuff then. But I also think there's a lot of stuff the younger generations had that I just felt I was too old for and just didn't really pay any attention to. But it's definitely like there's a pretty stiff cutoff generationally there. Like the world was so. I was talking to somebody the other day about like a friend of mine who's a teacher who had a presentation on 9/11 on 9/11 to the students, and he was pointing this out to me. We were discussing like a lot of these students weren't even born until after 9/11, so it means absolutely nothing to them, and they have no comprehension for what things were like before then because they just weren't here. And it's like numerically you can put all that stuff on the table and be like, yeah, that makes sense, it was X amount of years ago, but like it still makes you feel so old, and just like it's hard to conceptualize of that stuff. 80s kid, teen 90s here as well. Yeah, I think we're pretty close in age from I think. Well, how close that is. Close enough. So something I know it's never going to happen. Sega Saturn going to be on NSO. I don't know. They got Genesis on there, right? If they get like Sega CD games in there, because Sega's on like fairly decent terms with Nintendo, because they're just like a publisher now. So I wouldn't put it past them, but I don't know how successful they would be at that, because Saturn has historically been a difficult platform to emulate, because it has a somewhat unique architecture that it has two video processors on it. So basically when they were building it, designing it, they wanted a 2D powerhouse, and then they decided to add 3D, and they did so by just adding like a second processor. And it works, but it handles 3D different from what all the other consoles were doing. And the way those two chips communicate ended up being kind of difficult for people to program for. Combine happened 99. It was all downhill from there. Yeah. It's crazy and sad to think about how little meaningfully changed or went towards addressing like real actual solutions to that problem, or what may cause it, or what could have led to that. It's just been a lot of like hand wringing and back and forth, and nothing's really changed in the regard to like the issue of schools and guns. And I don't have answers on that, except to say that whatever they have been doing, which seems like nothing, is probably not it. But I remember when it happened and they wanted to blame video games, wanted to blame Doom, which was already like outdated by the time that happened. It just seemed like they find like the weirdest, most useless boogeymen. This goes back to what I was saying earlier, that it's an issue in the country when so much policy is driven by people who only care about the next election cycle, which is not very long. And so they just work on plastering over things enough to make it to the next one. And nothing really gets anywhere there. I think it's a very complex problem that requires real serious attention and thought and slow, deliberate efforts that we could be well the way through here, but too much of the world relies on like quick knee-jerk reaction type stuff that doesn't really solve problems. A film that really shows you how people thought things would go is wild to watch now is The Associate. Oh, The Associate. Which one? Who's in The Associate? I think I'm getting that title confused with like other movies with a similar-ish title, verbiage-wise, but I don't think it's the same thing. I think I'm a different movie. Really fast, the way most people couldn't foresee. Yeah, I mean, when I was a child, like my most advanced technology was a transistor radio, which in itself was already old. Apparently, like cable TV was new, and like I was there for the battle between VHS and Betamax, at least for a little bit. We had an Atari 2600, was state of the art. Whoopi Goldberg, Tim Daly, Dan West. That sounds really familiar. Look this up real quick. We are 411 points away. We're gonna make it. I'm gonna go stomp this boss. '96 film. Trying to make it in the Wall Street corporate ladder. One day she finds out she's being passed over a promotion because of her gender. Unable to face the fact that her less intelligent male protege Frank Pearson has now become her boss, she quits and tries to start her own company, only to find that the male-dominated world of Wall Street is not interested in taking African-American women seriously. Is thus forced to create a fictional white man to legitimize her talents, make her professionally relevant in said world. Yeah, I remember this now. Yeah. That sounds like a Whoopi Goldberg movie. I really like... I enjoyed them like for the era, that particular era of movies. I have fond memories of, maybe the movies weren't all that great, but it was like an era of movies like early mid 90s when I would go to my dad's for the weekend because they had, my parents were divorced, visitation. We'd spend weekends with our dad and we'd always rent movies. And when he moved closer, I would go over there a lot during the week to spend time with him when he was around. So we watched a lot of movies. One of my best memories of spending time with my dad is the movie Scrooged. And I really loved Scrooged a lot. A lot of it's just because like we watched it around Christmas time with my dad. I was still pretty young. When did Scrooged come out? I really liked Scrooged. Let's be honest, she'll never be top ghost cat, but yeah. No. Why do I got so many tabs open here? Oh, it's because I was talking about Barkley Shut Up and Jam. And left the windows open. Left my Barkley Shut Up and Jam window. Scrooge. 88. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. For some reason I always think Scrooge is later than it is. 1988, November 23rd, 1988. 400 tab jump. I gotta. This computer back here has been neglected. The streaming machine has been neglected. I will make no excuses nor apologies for my work computer that is located in my home, in my cave, because that's always bad, and that's only gotten worse with everything going on. I use my open tabs in place of actually remembering to look for things. And then every couple months I have to go through and clear out like 1,000 tabs. Not because I actually have the wherewithal to like stay organized in life, just because I have so many tabs that I can no longer see the tabs. I can't even see what I'm working with. And it's not even that they got so small that I can't read them. It's that the tabs are extending past the length of the title bar. So I have to like weirdly scroll through tabs sideways to even access them. It's bad. It's real bad. I got a real problem with it. I try not to let this computer that I basically only ever have the browser open while streaming, but somehow I still end up with like 5 or 6 tabs for something that I was looking at. A lot of times it's a map, right? Or if a game that I get particularly stuck on, a walkthrough, just in case I need to reference it. Sometimes it's like a cast listing for a game or a staff listing or something. And then it won't get closed. Occasionally it's an eBay search page for something I randomly talked about and thought, maybe I should buy that. I think I still have an Amazon tab open with that horse mask from like months ago that I offhandedly mentioned. The million tab man. That is me, unfortunately. Yes. No, Ryan. No. I won't take my hand off the controller to click that one. It is a lot of, and this gets useless after a while. It's a lot of eBay auctions that probably have ended by now, but at least I'll see what it was to go back to look for another copy of something that I'm not on the fence about whether I want to pull the trigger on. When it said Battle of the Network Stars, remember that show? I remember that show. I remember Battle of the Network Stars. Oh, the specific combination of words remind me of Mega Man Battle Network, which reminds me that I saw a post that the Mega Man Star Force games are getting a collection. They're getting a collection released. Oh, that was pretty neat. We can complete the series. We can reach a point where all of the Mega Man games are obtainable and playable on modern hardware. I think is very cool. It's no Mega Man Legends 3, but I've beyond given up hope on that. I kind of hope against it now because I just don't see how it could really live up to it. But it's one of those games that, like, in my fantasies, I would love to have a Mega Man Legends 3 because I feel like the only way it would be what I want is if it's in my fantasies. We are 100 points away. $92. 89 points away. 82 points away. 78 points away. $67 points away. $57 points away. We were never meant to reach the end. We're reaching the point of no return when the game will cave in on itself like a black hole. We have to go back. There's no going back. We can only go forward. We'll never escape here without getting those last scrapes of XP. 29 points away. I didn't think I could reach maximum level in this stream. And now I have to go fight the end boss because there's just not enough game left to make it to another stream. 9 points away. Oh, we did it! We are at the absolute pinnacle. The Lapis' Demon World. Yeah, we gotta keep going. Now, how do I get out of this place? I think this is the way. I think I had to come in through the sewers. You know what? I'm just gonna... Oh, I really like that music too. All right, let's go. If I reached level of the stream, started streaming over 5 hours ago. Even at that, I thought, because of how low the experience gets, it was like, oh, it's just gonna take forever. It's a good thing I've got the clear shield. So I was right when he said it's left in the underworld. Like somebody from the surface had to bring it to us. Can somebody from this place charge me back up? Maybe I can find the Rhoda seed in here. Gotta save here. Okay. All right. I'm gonna take one last breather here, so I don't have to stop. I need to get some I'm gonna wash the gamer goo off my hands here. Oh, Nora gets a bug. Oh, I hope not. I'm down 20 points of MP. I don't know if I'll find a way to recover that before the fight. We'll find out. If I can quickly find that Rotoseed in this area, I'll look for that. You can sell that online. Now it goes against my moral code. Also, I don't need more trouble with the EPA, and I think that's a quick way to get into hot water with the wrong kind of government officials these days. I'm going to take a very quick breather, and I will be back in just a moment, and we will charge headlong into tomorrow. I guess today. We will blast forward into the boss and see if we can actually survive it this time. Don't let me forget to put the ring on, because I'm pretty sure that's why the final boss sped up. I'm pretty sure the final boss goes faster if you don't have the ring on. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. But I will be back in just a moment, and we'll find out. Stay tuned. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh. No. Controllers all over the place here. I searched around and I could not find a wireless controller for the PC Engine that I felt was satisfactory. The closest I came is one that lets you just pair random Bluetooth controllers to it. I don't want that. I need it to be like the actual controller. They do make a wireless PC Engine controller, but it's only for PC and Switch. It's very weird. Put a ring on it. Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me. The Claria ring. All right. Let me change spell too, because we got to transform through this anyway. All right, let's see how beatable Darm is now. Can I stand to his relentless onslaught? I think I have a better chance now. I think I was hosing myself unknowingly by not wearing the ring. Oh boy. This is it. So I found it very interesting. It's been a while since I played the second one all the way through. I may not have actually played it all the way through before. It's a lot longer than the first Ys, which is not a bad thing. I feel like a lot of the length is added by like having to travel back and forth through the world. There's less areas and there's less like back and forth. A lot less retreading of the same area in the first game. It's not a complaint. I really didn't mind it. I just found it interesting, like how much longer it felt than the first game. The first game goes pretty dang quick. It's worth noting in like the newer versions of the game, that they expand the area. There's a lot more outdoor area. There's not really like more going on, but there's like slightly expanded outdoor areas. But there's an additional town, and there's a way you can get the most valuable sword that you can purchase for free by just going to the other town and talking to people, and they'll just like, hey, we found this, it washed up on the shore. They do expand on like the opening story a little bit more. I never played the remake of the second one. I should do that sometime. This is different. I think this is different music than what was going on here the first time. It's really good. This area is weird to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like there should be something there, but there isn't. That little pocket right there. All right, we got the ring. We got a little ways to go before I put that spell on, because I want to hold on to as much of this as possible. All right, we'll put it on now, because I think we just got to make the walk. All right, let's see how we can do against Darm. I got the ring on. We're max level. Very cool, dramatic, like, oh no! Darm, you're going down. I hope. Don't let this be a long retread here. Can I skip this? I don't desperately want to skip it, but I also like...
My followers and I were born from the dark magic of the Black Pearl.
I do like his voice.
I am the living epitome of terror and destruction.
No, I can't skip it.
A chance against my forces of decimation.
Oh.
I shall crush and consume.
I do the consuming around here, buddy. Oh, this ain't really going well. This is going very badly. The ring, did I put the wrong ring on? It didn't seem like it made a difference. It really didn't seem like it helped. Too many balls. What's the goddess's ring? I probably need the goddess's ring. I think I did have the wrong ring on. I think I put the wrong ring on, chat. I think I put the wrong ring on. You put a ring on. I was halfway there. I was halfway to a solution. We'll put the goddess ring on this time. No, if it doesn't change for that, then I am absolved of all guilt. But something tells me that like. Get back here. All right, it is better. I think we can all agree it's better. This may be doable. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, geez. Oh my God! We got him! It still was like not a cakewalk. It was not a cakewalk. I could see how you could be extremely careful and dodge a lot of that stuff and just kind of hit him when you can. Kind of like the very first fight, if you just sit and wait. But that would be a lot. All right. Oh! Everyone's face sparkles with happiness. Fina and Lair, the descendants of the 6 priests, and Lilia are all waiting for you. Adol, you did it! You've overcome the impossible. My full name is Tarf Hedal. I am a descendant of the ancient priest Hedal. Your fighting skills are dazzling. What a joy to see you slash Dom to oblivion after he had ripped our lives apart. I must admit, however, I was still a bit worried about the powers of the Black Pearl. But when I heard the shattering sound of crystal, I knew our lives were safe. So now we can enjoy our peace and freedom without the looming presence of doom. I know I should be smiling, but I can't hold back my tears of joy. Tarf, please don't cry or you'll make me cry too. My full name is Maria Mesa. The wizard Dale wanted me as his sacrificial lamb. He thought my cries of anguish would bring the other descendants out of hiding. The reason why I didn't die was because of the protection of the priest's bracelet. The demons were frantic in their attempts to exterminate us. They believed that they had awakened the goddesses. They knew that they had to kill us, or they themselves would face annihilation. So they began sacrificing the villagers in a process of genocidal elimination. I mean, I guess when you don't put it in those words, it doesn't seem as bad. You know what I'm saying? Look, we sacrificed some villagers because we wanted to kill a lot of people. That's bad. Once you call it a genocide, I feel like it gets a lot worse. It takes on another meaning, just to me anyway. The peace has now returned to our world at the cost of many villagers' lives. So we will build a memorial on top of the belfry to commemorate their courage. Adol, by gosh, you did it! I knew you could from the first time I met you in Ramia Village. We all felt you were the chosen one who would lead our land to freedom. By the way, I'd like you to come by our village soon. Everyone wants to see you. Evan is getting better, and he wants to congratulate you on your success. It's me, Keith. You probably didn't recognize me without my pale green tint. No, I didn't. Like Keith the demon that we talked to before. Since you eliminated the source of evil, My green goon curse was lifted. He was the green gooner all along. Gooning no more. Now I can live as a human again. See, this game is telling you, gooners aren't human. What a horrific experience I have had. I really thought I would die in Burnland prison. My life passed in front of my eyes, and then I focused on a single moment. Oh no, he's describing it. He's describing it, chat. He's describing the process. I remembered watching a beautiful sunset with my dear sister. She remarked on how she believed that not all the goons were bad. Moments later, we were ambushed by a pack of demons. Is that what you call it in your tongue? Is that what you live? People have a lot of different words for it. That's the fanciest wording I've ever heard for what happens at the end of the gooning session. You're a gooner and it's okay. That sounds like a self-help book. That sounds like an awful self-help book. You have to be Sasha. No, it's not me. No. The next thing I knew, she lay dead at my feet. Oh no. Oh no, I'm sorry for making all these jokes. Your sister's dead. That's awful. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to rain on the celebration. But it's okay, man. I've been there. Sometimes, you know, you're just having a conversation and then your tragic backstory just slips out. It happens. This is a time for joy and happiness. Let me express my appreciation once again. Thank you very much. Adol, you've done a great job. I can remember watching Dom Tower from the ground. Suddenly, I saw a bolt of light burst from the top of the tower into the skies. That was me! Not all gooners are bad. My best friends are gooners. I don't know if you want to say that. I can never imagine that I guess being a gooner is not really bad as long as like you kind of like it's mostly a solo thing, right? I guess whatever you do in the privacy of your own home is probably fine and not for me to judge. As long as you're not like doing it and trying to kill me. I guess that there's the line there. I never imagined that the bolt was actually you. You are a leader of men and a model of courage, Adol. I don't know. I mean, mostly like a solo act. I don't know what this leader of men is. Like, being very good in a solo situation is very different from being a leader. You don't just promote someone like Adol to be a leader of men because like, hey, they're really good at killing demons. How hard could leading men be? It's two completely different things. You can be an excellent warrior in the battlefield, and it doesn't mean you know a damn thing about leading people. This is what we were talking about. This is like you're getting promoted past your ability, where it's like you did a really good job on that. We're gonna put you in charge of some people now. Like, no, maybe they're not cut out for that. We need a soul like yours to inspire our devastated land and to restore our prosperity. We gotta get in that ground and dig up more of that Claria. That'll make us rich again. We need your help. Please stay with us in Asteria. No. Him walking away is my version of Adol. In my interpretation, that's Adol like gently refusing. Also, I didn't really get a good look at Keith before. I mean, I feel bad because he had that gooner curse and he probably couldn't wear normal clothes. But he looks like he's just wearing a torn potato sack, and I feel real bad for him. Get that man some clothes, if he's into that, I guess. Adol, you are wonderful. Let me tell you about a strange dream I had before coming here. In the dream, a mystic voice of harmony told me to go to Solomon Shrine. She told me that the great land of East was coming down from the skies. When I awoke, I looked up to find East right in front of me. I rushed into the shrine because I knew you must be in great danger. It was then that I gave you the silver harmonica. Yes, I was there. I do remember that. It's a toga. It could be a toga. It's kind of dark colored. I don't know if it was their intention. If it's just a dark colored toga, he looks like a person who, like when the Incredible Hulk turns into Bruce Banner and he's just got like those ripped up purple pants. That's the image I'm getting in my mind, where he had legit clothes and they got all ripped up by his Gooner form. It was too much for the clothes to contain. Founded, used after Jum wins the election campaign for world leader. What is this about you approving Gooners? There's no connection. No comment. He's a caveman. He could be, but it's true. He could have been a Gooner for like thousands of years. He could be a Gooner from before time. He could be an antediluvian Gooner. He's a Gooner from before the flood. He's what man originally was before they were cast out of the Garden of Eden. The immortal man, the long-lived line of man. I forget what they call them in the Lord of the Rings. Whatever Aragorn is, where he's like actually like 80 years old. Samson got made a judge by taking out lots of Philistines. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, that kind of worked out for him, right? Unless I got my biblical stories backwards. I think it turned out okay for him. Gunner's lost all meaning for now, hearing the word so much. I don't think it's funny to think about like the people who translated this and changed. I'm sure they changed demon to goon because everyone else refers to them as demons, and I'm pretty sure they changed it to goon because America is weird, and if you put demon in it, they'd be like, no, it's satanic. Did a building fall on him in the end? I mean, if that's the metric of how good a job you do as to whether or not a building falls on you, I don't know, that seems awful judgmental. Like, a building fell on him, but like sometimes stuff happens. That having a building fall on you doesn't necessarily, well, I guess it depends on who put the building there. If certain parties forcibly push that building on you, then I guess that is real ultimate judgment. I'm no scholar of since collapsed it after begging God for the strength to take out the Philistines in the building. Yeah, I mean, seems a little short-sighted. I guess I can see your point there. Yeah. Oh, I remember now. I remember. Yeah, that's probably not the best plan. I mean, mission accomplished, I suppose. The only story I remember hearing from church was Jesus karate chopping a tree to death, and the weird discussions that prompted from that people interpreting it as saying that if you can't have children, Jesus should kill you. And I don't agree with that. And I think that's honestly the most psychotic interpretation of that passage I could imagine. I'm pretty sure it's just because like it was a tree that had no fruit, and so no one's gonna miss it. Might as well make it firewood. So it can serve a purpose. He's just picking like, because why would you kill a tree that bears fruit? People need that to live on. Yeah, like Jesus is telling his followers about how if you have faith, you can move mountains. And they're like, yeah, I get what you mean. And he's like, no, you don't. I mean, literally move mountains. Like, you're going to have faith, so much faith that mountain will actually move. And I'm going to prove it to you. And then he found a fig tree that bore no fruit. And he karate chopped it, and it died on the spot. And it was like, that's the power of faith. Hi-ya. And he killed that tree. And I have met multiple people or been in like Bible study groups that people come to that and they ask for their interpretation, and people are like, what? It's about, it's a reference to people and children and how, you need to have children. And if you can't have children, then you're useless. And I'm like, no, man, that's insane. Like, you're totally missing like everything he's talking about there. It's the point of the tree. It wasn't that like he's judging the tree. It's just that like, you're not gonna like destroy the tree that has fruit because people need that to live, and that's a waste. But this tree doesn't bear fruit. It's like there's the door already has a hole in it. I might as well burn it for firewood. It was just such a weird view, and seeing other people kind of nod their heads like, yeah, I get that. I'm like, no. Those first and last visit to that, like, I'm curious, I'll go to this thing. Nah, I think I'm done here. I think I've heard enough. I think I need to go now. It was a very weird experience. It's very weird. Adolf, you have changed our lives. It was the magic power of Ys that kept the land floating in the sky, out of harm's reach. And it was from the same power that the evil was created. Nuclear power, huh? I don't get it. Do all the time. And that's why I've decided to destroy the world. No, Ryan, no. Opposites born from the same source. Magic is mysterious indeed. Sounds like magic is evil, and that we should just not use magic because it's just evil. But I guess, like, a hammer is a useful tool, but in the wrong hands, it can do some damage. Although magic's more like an atom bomb, and like, there's really not another use for that besides blowing people up. TBH. Like, nuclear power is a different thing than the atom bomb. I don't know. I don't think the two cross over. Jum would get his powers from the Gooners. Lend me your strength, Gooners. That would be a very unclean power, I just want to say. Like, I don't think, like, you do you on that end, but like, don't send me nothing. Can't imagine what you would send me that would be, I would need a shower. Frequently. If you were a Dark Lord, what would be your evil power source? Hope. I would want an artifact that would draw power from people's hope. So that, because it's like, it's kind of win-win. Either they have a lot of hope and I just have growing power to crush them despite their hope, or they lose all hope and I lose my power, but also I win because I've destroyed their hope. You was the good mantra. Yeah. Man, I was gonna say, I'm not old. He can say that. He can say that. We know the truth. We created the magic to make a better life, but we allowed ourselves to be manipulated. How ironic that we could be controlled and terrorized by our own innovations. Yeah, I mean, it's like a tale as old as time, you know. We made this thing, and then it took control of our lives in a terrifying way. We thought we were making the world better. And in the end, we just burned our house down with a faulty toaster. We sometimes allow our materialistic greed to overcome our simple needs. The only real need we have is love. And then he pulls out like a silver mirror and gazes at his reflection longingly because he's deeply narcissistic. I'm just attributing a lot of made-up stuff to him. Don't listen to me. Anyway, the piece is back. We should all be grateful. Oh, by the way, Colin was looking forward to seeing you. Oh, Adol, how glad I am to see you. I was awfully worried when you started out on your final battle. And now you are back alive. Let it out, Lilia. I know you've got a crush on Adol. Come on, go for it. Oh, please, Gopan, don't embarrass me. Our land was ripped apart over 700 years ago. We haven't seen our relatives since. But you have provided us with this remarkable reunion. This is the most marvelous day. Now that the magic power has been removed, our presence here is no longer needed. Uh-oh. That's kind of sad. Anazona! I'm getting another raid. Friendship is magic. Exactly. can't imagine that ever happening again. Yeah, come on, where am I? Thank you for the raid, Anna. Welcome, raiders. Welcome. I'm Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jum Jumington Dynamics that has a mysterious storage facility somewhere in the world. I don't know why I felt the need to add that whole thing. Retro gaming, former CEO of Jum Jumington. We are in the end. I put in the time to grind up the final 2 levels, which was a lot of repetitive mashing into people, and now we have beaten the final boss, and we're getting the final story beats here. Let me get my download button. You all make sure you go over and subscribe to it. Anna download. What's up, Anoch? How you doing? Welcome. So I think these are like the last 2 characters here. So you want to say, yeah. I didn't get a chance to respond to messages, obviously, because I've been live here, but yeah, we're doing Donkey Kong Country 2 on Wednesday, so look forward to that. Be looking, need to get some food. And I appreciate it. Appreciate the lurk. I won't be going for too much longer. We're gonna wrap up these credits. I don't know how long there is. Welcome, you can call us the Gooners from Jump People. I don't know, Brian. I don't know if I want to. I'm kind of hesitant to lump in with all. I guess it's okay, but like, honestly, Gooners seems more like Perhenmo's crowd, and that's not a slam against Perhenmo. It's just he's the preferred hentai monster. It seems like that's where. It seems like that's where the Gooner name should rest there. Gather around for more tales of the Gooners. No! It's time that the people start believing in themselves. Before we subside, we will make sure that only we, the goddesses, control the magic. Here we go, the benevolent dictators of magic. This won't end well. And the people will have peace and happiness forever. Man, nothing lasts forever. Like, someone's gonna come steal that power, guaranteed. Throughout the coming ages, we'll never forget about you, Adol. I like that ... is like, were you struggling to remember my name? Oh, Fina and Adol are gazing into each other's eyes. Well, I guess we should let them be alone. That's a good idea, Maria. Well, Adol, we'll be off now. Good luck! Good luck with the goddess, the literal goddess.
Oh, Adol, I don't know what to say. How can I thank you for saving me? The basement of the shrine was such an eerie place.
Oh yeah, we did save her from jail in the first game.
House. I met a lot of people that I never knew before, and I learned a lot about the wonderful world of East.
She's not blinking.
But the best thing that has happened to me is that I had a chance to meet you.
Oh?
For the first time in my life, I was able to speak with the heart of a girl. It is hard to feel human when your soul is of a goddess. Well, I must go. Lair is waiting for me. Adol, promise that you'll always remember the girl in me.
So, Joe, this is book 2, so this is like the end of the disc. Fina was played by Debbie Derryberry. What a name! I'm not making fun of it. That's a great name. And that's that. Track Quest is Adol just trying to get laid. It's probably, you know, he's trying to break free of the Goonerism by crossing that line. So now, like, I don't know if you can tell, but like that, it doesn't show it very long. Like, that tower was Darm Tower that we conquered in the first game, and there was just a big hole there, and that hole was the rest of that mountain peak, which is where the second game takes place, which is the land of East that had blasted off into space. Well, not space, but like the sky. The sound has come back down. I really wish it had like a little cutscene or something showing it coming back down. I thought that would look cool. But they just kind of tell you what's happening. Oh yeah, yeah. Debbie Derryberry's been in a lot of stuff. She was Yugi in Tenchi in Tokyo. Oh really? Oh, that's probably, you haven't seen the Tenchi stuff. I was like a big Tenchi Muyo fan. I watched all of that stuff. And then we started getting weird with like sequels and kind of like rebooting it. And now the goddesses have returned. They had their chance to live as people. Those days are over. It's time to go back to being regular goddesses. And now we're gonna I guess maybe hook up with Lilia, whose name I honestly like could barely remember because we met her like at the beginning of book 2 and then she just vanished. We did save her with Braid. So many raids today. Why do I have a glitch phantom button? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. You caught me right at the end. Right at the end. We just wrapped up East Book 2. It's the penultimate. And we just finished the boss and there we go. Weird weirdo. I really need to make the a button for this. No, I don't. I keep forgetting to finish making my YouTube buttons. Scientist to make a cabot. Ryoko was my wife. Girls, yeah. Ryoko was like the obvious, like, the exciting choice. I like Washu a lot. I think Washu was not as like a romantic interest. I just thought the character was funny. Oh, now we get the dancing. It's time for dancing. Come on, y'all, commence the jiggling. This is a jamming tune right here. This is what I like to see too, especially from this era. While not like totally unheard of, there was too much time where game developers just were not given credits. So it's nice to see like real credit roll or people actually given credit for their work on the stuff. There's Keith in Gooner form. Oh, wait, was it just a costume all along? Wait a minute. Is Keith a furry? Or I guess he would be a scaly because it looks more like a lizard. Is that what's going on there? Is that just his fursuit? Little was disturbing with the implications. A little bit, yeah. There was like one moment where the ship could also transform into a little girl body. That was also very weird in Tenchi Muyo. And there's the credit roll. Dark fact. Keith fact. I remember we talked to Keith fact, which I thought was bizarre. Oh no, it's the Gooners! Wait, no, those aren't. No, those are the Gooners. Those weren't like the weird animals. That's what we transformed into when we needed to disguise ourselves as the Gooner. We're little meeps. Thomas Hayden Church. Yep, Thomas Hayden Church was was the voice, one of the more like prominent voices in the game. One of the like non-strictly voice actor voices, like the celebrity voice. I don't know how much of a celebrity he was when this came out, though. We were disguised as a goon. Disguised as One Flash. It's not the same thing. There's adorable little cat person. Yeah. Ancient East vanished. The end. That's some nice animation on that orb there, and I'm not making like weird like. Say I'm talking about the magic ball orb, not like the orbs that it's obstructing. Don't get it twisted. Side boob. Now, Ryan, do not witness it. Do not perceive. But I love, they did a fantastic job translating the very particular art style of the game and the particular style of art that would be prominent for the PC-88 for all that stuff. Now I think you're being horrid. No! You said that orb is very cool. Spherical 2D animations of glowing spherical objects is a challenging thing, and it's done very well here. The detail in the hair. Yeah, it is the kind of thing that can look kind of iffy when you get like super sharp lines on it that definitely like blends better on a CRT or with CRT filter effects. I can use my imagination on it, but like it's a particular style of art, like with the color balance and everything that adapts well from the Japanese PC scene. If you look at PC-88 and particularly PC-98 style artwork, it has a certain look to it that it stems from the technology involved in the displays and their limits on color, the particular types of colors they could use, and palette limits and things like that. The same way, like a lot of NES games have a particular art style that largely stems from size limits and limited color palette sizes that they would have to think carefully about their designs to reuse certain colors. I bet you can use your imagination. No! Oh my gosh. Oh, you're all terrible. You're all terrible. I do not have Bomberman ready, otherwise I would go to a Bomberman section because Dr. Mario is still in the NES, and we need to swap that out, and it's kind of a mess to switch that out. I gotta switch that and make sure I still have the save state. It should still be good. The battery should hold for quite some time, but it's been out of the console for a little while now. Thank you so much for hanging on Bomberman Riot. Bomberman will return. Tomorrow night. I don't have a stream, or I don't have a schedule ready. I haven't had the time. I apologize. I don't have thumbnails and such. I got to work on that tomorrow. I do plan on being back tomorrow night. We're going to check out Overblood for the PlayStation 1. It's the next game to come out from River Hill Soft, who made Dr. Hauser that we played on the 3DO before the break. Really curious to check it out. It looks interesting. I don't know about good, but it looks interesting. Tuesday, we're going to continue with the Crimson Diamond. I'm excited to get back to that. I'll have to do a refresher on the plot. I'm very excited to continue that game. That game was very interesting to me. I was really enjoying it. I was really getting into the story, and hopefully I can pick it up and return the pieces. I'm dying to see what's going on there. I feel like there's much more mystery to it than what we have kind of put together. So I'm really curious about that. Wednesday, Inochi and I will be playing Donkey Kong Country 2 on Nintendo Switch Online. I have not played Donkey Kong Country 2, so once again, I'll be relying on Inochi carrying me through it. I'm sure we will get through it just fabulously. And that may be it for the week. It remains to be seen. Won't have anything planned for Thursday. We've got a fence coming in. They're finally getting the fence repaired. I don't know exactly what day that is. I have to make a dentist appointment at some point. And then I also have to drain out the swimming pool. We're a little behind on that. It's time to get that drained and packed back up and take it all down. And that stuff all takes time, so I'll maybe taking care of some of that this week. But otherwise, if I won't have a schedule up this week, I will be working on my schedule for next week, and we can get back to more regularly scheduled streaming stuff. The ball in our hand, if they didn't have that edit out. Yeah, you would not be seeing the screen. I would either have to censor this or just not show it at all. So it's just good to have you back. It's good to be back, and I appreciate you being here, Justin. I appreciate y'all being here and waiting for me and popping back in to check on me. It's you can talk to any streamer about this. They all kind of got the same fear if they got to go away for a while, like who's going to be there when you get back. And so it's nice to see all the familiar faces back again, and that you were all excited to come back and see some more old Jum Jumington. It means the whole world to me. It means the whole world to me, truly. Let me take a look and see if I can find someone else's live. A lot of the people that I would have rated to or redirected to are have currently directed traffic my way. We got Crooked Gamer. I was watching him play this yesterday, and this looked really interesting. Mr. Crooked Gamer is currently playing Monster's Crown. So over there, there's lots going on. There's some Musume, there's some Deltarune. I don't know what else on this, but I see a lot of the other people that. Okay, I really got to come up with a better system for this, because like trying to look at my subscription feed, and like it's all craziness. It's all crazy. So this is Crooked Gamer, friend of the channel. He's playing Monster Crown, which looks like a Pokemon-ish game. I was watching him play for a little bit last night. It looks very interesting. I appreciate if you pop over there and check him out. Give him a like, subscribe. Crooked Gamer's very cool person, and I really enjoy his streams. Oh man, one last slug of the good old Slurry before I go and get a lozenge for my throat. I'll be fine. I'm just getting over a cold, like I said earlier. But thank you so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me as always, and thanks for your patience for me to return. I look forward to getting back to more streams this week, and I hope you will pop by for then. Until that time, take care, everyone. So long. Bye-bye.